morning. We'll call to order our April 14th, 2025 budget work session meeting. If you would please stand and join in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Green, can you do a roll call vote for quorum? Establish quorum.
Mr. Bowen?
Here.
Ms. Phillips?
Here.
Mr. Walls?
Here.
Mr. Jones?
Here.
Mr. Doss?
Here. Next on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve or amend?
Yes, Chairman, I have an amendment to go into closed session. Per 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 is amended for discussion and consideration for interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I would like to add that, to make that, move adjournment to number 9 and make it number 8. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. It's early.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Green, take your roll call vote.
Mr. Bowen?
Aye.
Ms. Phillips?
Aye.
Mr. Walls?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Doss?
Aye. So we have an announcement. Our April 17th regular Board of Supervisors meeting location has been changed from the historic courthouse here to Thomas Hunter Middle School. Just so everybody's aware of the change for this coming Thursday's meeting. Next, we'll have the FY26 budget discussion. Ms. Wilson, if you can put up just department by department.
Sure. All right, we're going to start on the revenue side. The changes from are highlighted in yellow. The changes from draft 3, which was on draft 3 was on April 7th. That we did that. So today I'll go through all of the items that were changed from that one, and they're highlighted in yellow. So we will start with the real property taxes. We added $25,000 to that line item. And then we increased the penalties on property taxes. We increased that from $94,000 to $125,000. And that changed the total general property taxes local from $16,955,493 to $17,011,893.
Ms. Wilson, looking at this in fiscal year 24, we finished the year at about 16 million. So we're going up $1 million in 2 years. Correct? Yeah. Right. So we're going up about $1 million in 2 years. I'm a little concerned about that risk there. And a lot of that is a personal property tax. And I know that's very volatile depending on the value of the vehicles that people have, and that's because of the market and so forth. But looking at this in fiscal year 24, our real estate income was $11,787,000, and now we're forecasting $11,725,000, $60,000 less than we got in fiscal year 24. And I know that collections are tough, but could that number be popped up a bit?
Well, that's the one I added the $25,000 to. If the board wants me to increase that more, we can.
I would rather us be conservative as to overestimate, not meet it.
When we're looking at some of the cuts we have, that just concerns me. So I see that as a possible opportunity. But if everyone wants to stay on the conservative side, that's okay. But I do think that there's 3 months. Okay.
I'm an actual numbers guy, and this number that you've received is as per a certain date. Is that correct? Because
The
some of this
actuals?
stuff, yeah, the
That
actuals,
was at
that
the end of the year, the
is,
end of 24, yeah, June
Right.
30th.
Really
Yeah.
finished.
and so that would be my concern. If that's an actual number, and we have that shortfall there, then we've got to face that shortfall. Okay, as being an actual, and I don't think it's so much as being conservative, as going by the number that is actually there. So that what that's telling me is some of these vehicles, there's been a correction in the market. As far as personal property goes from what it was before, because a lot of the used vehicle prices have now started to fall. And so I'm sure that that's been reflected in our Commissioner of Revenue's books.
No,
Is that correct?
no, that's incorrect. We used the first. Last, you might comment to the speaker, so.
Yeah.
We use the values as of first of January. Actually, it's sometime in January. We use the January books.
Well, but they have fallen from previous years now because of the correction. The values of these used vehicles have gone down.
And they look as, you said it middle of the year, but that's what.
No, that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is when you do your assessment on these vehicles and the numbers, they have come down. The used vehicle market, the values have come down in the past year.
A little bit, yeah, but that's, a lot of that's length of time too. You know, this is, called vehicle today is worth less than a year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've come down, but even if somebody, bought a used vehicle, okay, they went out and they purchased a used vehicle this past year, which many people did. The values of the cost and the values of those used vehicles have come down since the supply chain has ramped up.
Right, okay.
And that's what I'm getting to, and that's a fact. Yeah.
It sounded like you were trying to we figured on the half year. You use the fiscal year, we use the calendar year.
Right, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, but the reality is the used market has come down because of supply chain. And some of the overall new prices have come down because the supply chains have not improved.
We only look at the ones that were in service in January 1st, so. Anyway, that's.
Right.
Any value changes but since the 1st of January, which has been 4 months. Just to think about it.
I would think that our cars, with the new cars, are gonna be more expensive.
They are.
Yeah, because some of the prices have come down.
I'm not talking about for last year, I'm talking about for the coming year, when we do the next billing for fiscal year 26.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We figured in the first of the year,
I know,
use that as the book we signed, mail, even though we don't collect it until December.
right,
So what? Go, Mr. Bond, you want to go ahead?
Well, looking at, the third line, 2023, personal property taxes, in fiscal year 24, it was 3.1 million, and we're projecting 4 million. That's an increase of 30%. Is that realistic?
I wouldn't bet on that,
That's what I thought.
but it depends on what you accept in tax rate.
Do you know where we are now as far as personal property taxes we can
Do
expect?
you have that figure, Mr. Wilson, what Wendy gave, Mr. Stewart gives?
I remember that we billed like 4.9 million, and then we had the $1 million credit from the county, from the state, correct?
Yes.
The valuations that Mr. Hall gave me in January was 3.9 million.
3.9,
That's what the values were, so that's what we can expect to collect.
after the $1 million credit,
Yes,
okay, so that's correct, 4.9 minus 1.
It's not really $1 million Correct, I mean, you know.
I know. It's what you, I understand.
Why don't we just make this real simple? How much revenue can we expect with what the state's gonna give us back, so there's no confusion? Is it 3.9?
No.
It is.
Well,
It
it
is.
is. It is.
That's all I need to know, whether it's here or there, just need to, I don't need to separate the two numbers, I need to know what's in the
Well, Ms. Jones, if you remember, when we met with Ms. Stewart, she advised us that she felt confident we were gonna hit the 4.2 mark.
No,
this
that's
year,
right.
For the personal property, But I do have a question in reference to the real estate tax, because we dropped that. I know they're supposed to increase to 25, but in FY24, we were at 11,787,000. Are we seeing a decrease in the property values in those 2 years?
No.
Okay, so my question would be that if we're not seeing a decrease, can we not increase that some?
We're not seeing an increase either, because we go through an overall revaluation of the property every year. We do it every,
But
it's been 3 years since we did it, so we shouldn't have changed in those 3 years massively.
So is it a safe bet to level fund it from the figures from FY24? So if we brought in actuals of 11,787,
Yes,
we would be safe in adjusting that to 11,787, or 62,000?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make that change.
So, let's clarify that number. So,
11 million, I put 11,787,530.
And also I want to point out, and I believe, I don't think Wendy's here, I think that this is based on a collection rate that we currently, in other words, that our delinquencies and our collect are not increasing. Correct? And Wendy's not here. But what I'm thinking is, I've been watching the delinquency rate and so forth, and that comes into play, what we collect. So we often are collecting for last year's delinquencies and this year and so forth. So this, if we level funded, we're expecting at least our delinquency not to go up.
she does a very good job.
I know she does. I've watched her.
So,
Just wanted to point that out.
Alright, so that makes our new general property taxes $17,074,423.
repeat that one more time, please.
$17,074,423.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the next changes were in other local taxes. And these were just adjusting the numbers, again, what we just did to match the 24. So we increased the electric consumer utility tax, because in 24, we had 156,144. So we increased that number from 130 to 150,000. And then the business and occupational licenses, we had 277,692 is where we finished in FY24. And we had 209, we didn't increase that one.
Was that based on, the most recent billing, the business license?
The 209? No, I think that was just where we felt we were gonna end up, because there was kind of a surge in business licenses, but we can increase that one to.
Well, haven't we already billed our business license for this year?
Yes.
Do you have a total for business licenses?
I can pull it up.
That might have been based on, Actuals.
March.
In March. It's due in March.
so yeah.
March.
What's it's not pulled up on here. What's the department number for that one?
It just has 2023 business and occupational license.
In April.
I'm trying to unhide that page. It should have it on there. Sorry.
That comes out of the Commissioner Revenue's office, correct, Les?
It does, and
I think it's.
probably a lot of them will be paid until May first.
It's
Yeah, I know-
012030 actually.
And I know we lost some businesses, so I wouldn't be surprised that it might be lower. But we should be able to get our actual number for the current year. Should we?
I don't care that. you
For
pay
this-
it, it's on office and you pay.
I'm sorry. For current year, right now I'm seeing a balance of 171,947.23.
That's why we voted.
And that was is that the amount collected or the?
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. That was the previous one. So we had that budgeted in 24, had it entered into 24. That was what was unexpended. It's 213,250.89 in 2025.
That's been billed or collected?
Collected,
Collected, 213.
250.89.
Okay, so we're not far.
Do we know how much was billed?
I can't tell you that off the top of my, that's not mine, yeah.
Close.
Okay, so I think we're close on that one. And then the motor vehicle licensing fee, we finished at 289,833. We budgeted 300,000.
This is the $25 per car fee. And I think we billed 325,000 as I recall, but I know that's not collected, so that's probably a good number.
And then, we increased the local recordation tax to 130, because we finished at 131,218 in 24. So that changed our, other local taxes from 1.884 million to 1,920,000.
Ms. Wilton, before we go any further, just curious, on the local sales and use tax, I see we popped it up a couple hundred thousand, went from 927 to 1,000,001. Was that based on reports year to date, so we had good
It was in anticipation of a couple new businesses that have looked
Dollar
out.
General and so forth? Thank you.
All right, then the next change is,
Ms. Wilson, I have a question. Permit fees and licenses, 0003, erosion and sediment control.
sorry, where are you?
All right, so it's the next, come down to permits and fees and licenses. Yeah, 0003, erosion and sediment control permits. I need to ask a question about where the bond money goes when a homeowner has to put up a bond to grow grass in their front yard.
It goes to the treasurer and then it stays there until they're cleared, and then I send a letter back to Wendy. She writes a check, I sign the check, and we get it done.
Is there any interest or anything collected on that money at all?
No, because it's not significant, amounts of money, so, and I believe we can't earn money on it.
Yeah, I'm just asking a question. So it's really not worth our time to spend the money to process a stupid bond that gives us no, basically, by the time you take the money in and go through all the paperwork, and it has to go through the chain and waste somebody's time, we're losing money. And so,
That's part of the reason that on Thursday we have the new fee schedule.
yeah, but if we're not making anything, the fees are different. So it's a fee for filing, it's a fee to do the zoning, to do your zoning to start with. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, why are we putting bonds on these people to grow grass here in Matthews County and wasting people's time with that mess?
Because
Okay.
DEQ requires it.
Well, DEQ is gonna have to come up with something better than what they got, because I don't agree with that, because they are restricted to certain areas. They can't come into certain areas, and I'm will be bringing that to the forefront under the Supreme Court here very shortly. So I'd like to see some of this waste of time and all of this mess. So the long arm of the law can go there and dictate to people what they do. We get 3.5 inches of rain, or it's cold, and we're trying to get a CO on the house, and we're forcing people to put bonds on the house so they can move in the house. Don't you think they're gonna grow grass? I think they're gonna grow grass when they grow grass. So, I mean, all of this is, the bond has nothing to do with DEQ. All they wanna know is that you're gonna grow the grass. So I'd like to see that go away. I think that would help our citizens greatly. So I'm just trying to cut out the fluff, so we're not wasting a lot of time and wasting money. That's, this whole budget is full of that, and we need to cut back on the waste.
So it's a requirement from DEQ, and the amount of money that the people have to put into that escrow account is based on DEQ charts.
Well, it's a funny thing that not everybody's created is treated equally. Because not everybody's forced to do this, only a few select.
Those bonds are not reflected in this budget, correct?
Well, that's the item that he's talking about.
Okay.
No, that's just the permit fees.
Those are the fees only, not the bonds.
Yes.
Okay, your next change, Mr.
All right, let's go down to charges for services. We changed, the circuit court miscellaneous local, 0010. We had it at we finished at 6,858 in '24. And we budgeted 6,000 in FY26. And then there was a request to increase it. But I talked with Beth, and this is the concealed weapons permits, which we've done away with, so she recommended we change it to 0. Alright, and the next change is down on federal government revenue sources. Excuse me. This was information that we just got from Wendy on 0001 non-revenue receipts for land sales. In FY24, we had $15,671, and she said we're expected 2 payments on this, one in May and then one in September, I believe, and the total is $114,719. So we added that to the revenue.
If one is in May, will that fall in this fiscal year rather than fiscal year 26?
It will fall in this fiscal year. I mean, the 26.
In this fiscal year 26, so it's not going to be fiscal year 25, but I'm putting it in May. This number, maybe following May perhaps, I don't know. Also, don't forget that the victim witness assistance program, we're going to change that up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me go back.
That's smaller.
What line item is that?
It's line item 0022 on the categorical aid.
Okay. Yeah, we had budgeted 53, and what was that new number?
57, it's just under $4,000.
57,526.
I wrote
Something like that.
That's why I read it.
It's in her presentation.
57 to 56.
There you go.
57.
256.
I like Okay. And that was all on the revenue side. So the total revenue is changed from 23,079,454 to 23,330,668.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
23,330,668.
One more time, Ms. Wilson.
Okay, 23,330,668.
So about 66,000.
Like 300. 200,000.
From 264 to 330. Yeah. 36 and.
Wait,
56.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so that's 66,000.
Yeah,
We should remove that.
No, it's more than that. So
Well,
so we had 23,079,454, and we went to 23,336,68. So let me just tell you what that difference is.
that's all.
251,214.
Well,
What's the number
That's the
that,
difference between draft
3 and draft 4?
3 and 4.
Oh, I'm just looking at the increase to draft 4.
Right.
I'm just looking at the increase to draft 4.
We have to be
Okay,
careful.
sorry.
Yeah, so
yeah,
it
you
is
got
66,000.
264, 173 here. Yeah, that's not an increase of 250. Well,
that's confusing.
Yeah, so I just entered the numbers in draft 4, so that's the difference from draft 3 to draft 4, it's 251,214. All right, any questions on the revenue side?
Ms. Wilson, I'm gonna bring up a topic, and this is something that we have a piece of land that we bought for the fire department. We paid about $300,000 for it. We now have no use for that piece of property at this point. I would like to see that piece of property, used to, and perhaps to entice a developer to come and put some affordable housing on it. That, if we can do that in the coming fiscal year, that might be a source of revenue and could cover some of the maintenance costs that we have. And to that end, I would like, I'm getting a little off topic from budget, to have a ad hoc committee that focuses on that piece of property, best use, and how to bring it about. Because I think that piece of property is sitting, and it could be perhaps be sold to a developer who will then work with us to work. And I'd like to see that revenue in this budget, or some estimate of that revenue.
well, there's a cheap way right now. Let's look into exactly how it's zoned and what changes we can make to the zoning to entice someone to come here to develop it. So if we can zone this thing, and we've been talking about dropping the lot sizes, if we can get this thing zoned where we can get some houses on it, then let's do that first, look into the zoning on it, and then see if we can make some changes out there. That's gonna make it property more valuable.
And that's why I think we need a ad hoc committee who could come back with those recommendations to the board, and we could go move forward. But I think we're missing an opportunity, because we're pinching pennies, we're stripping down everybody. And if we can sell that property and make a deal with people that when that property sells, they get some money back in this budget.
Board members, if we could, I know we're going section by section, but when I asked Ms. Gordon to come today, she has another meeting this morning, so if it's okay with everybody, if we could take social services next, their section.
It's page 22, I think. Maybe. Yeah. Page 22.
Page 22.
Good morning. I'm here for your questions. I believe there was some discussion about whether or not our budget could be cut. Everything in my budget is mandated, especially the Children's Services Act, which is in my budget. There is an opportunity.
Excuse me, Ms. Gordon, can we turn her microphone up a little bit?
It's all the way up.
If you pull it a little
Oh,
closer.
sorry. So everything in my budget is mandated, okay? From state side, from federal side. Also in my budget is the Children's Services Act. The county does have an opportunity, if one day the county so chooses to take that program from Matthews Social Services, they can operate that program themselves. However, it still has to, we still have to have a community policy management team, which makes approval of placements and funding, so there's not really an opportunity for reduced in savings there. Since I've been in place, this is my 9th year, this is the first budget I've turned in where I have increased the amount of the Children's Services Act funding. And that is because we are at a point now where the cost of private day placements and the cost of therapeutic foster care is through the roof. And services for children under the Children's Services Act, children who have special education requirements have an IEP, an individualized education plan. And when the school writes in their private day placement, we have to fund those costs. There are 2 private day placements that are in close proximity. Occasionally, there are children who cannot be managed at one of those 2 places, and they require additional services that those placements cannot manage. And we do have a student that is in one of those placements. The costs of these are astronomical. They're anywhere from $250 per day to $500 per day. And the cost goes up every year. Right now, what's in the governor's budget is that they can't go up more than 5%. So when I built this budget, I went up 5% on those items. However, my understanding is if the governor doesn't approve this budget and he vetoes this budget, that would go away. And I have no clue what that would be. I have had some providers already turn in what they're planning to charge. I'm waiting on one more vendor to come in. When I do that budget for CSA, I take and I project exactly what we have. So if we get one more private day placement, if I get any additional children in foster care, that budget could then go up. However, there are some items in this budget that I do put towards those costs first. For example, you're gonna see, underneath the revenue side, the 15,000 for the, cost allocation, that is technically social services money. However, if we run out of money that the county has already budgeted for CSA, I then take from that amount. You're also gonna see $30,000 in there for CSA legal fees. Since CSA is a county unaffiliated program, I have to have legal counsel available, for example, when we have contract issues. At the end of a fiscal year, if we've not used that money, if we've already spent the 15,000, I've already spent everything the county's given me, then we go ahead and we take that 30,000 from there. Something else that we talked about in CPMT is if my budget at the end of the year has any additional money left, we would pull from that before I came back to this board. I can't control those CSA costs. I try very hard. We have, at social services currently, we have 3 children that are in adopted placements. So anytime within the next year, those could be finalized. That will change this a little bit, but not a huge deal.
I have worked on this social services board with Tiffany for some years now. And I will tell you that she manages her budget as tightly as I would, or maybe even more so. She's excellent. And I have seen exactly what she's talking about, that she holds it down, and some of these charges are big, but they are required, and that's what we have to deal with. Thank you for doing what you do.
How much of this funding goes to the community services board?
None of this goes to the community, unless, well, I take that back. If we have a child who is in the Children's Services Act and they require, they're transitioning from a residential placement back into the community, we then could pay them to do that. We also can pay, out of the community services or out of the Children's Services Act, children who do not have a case manager. For example, they don't fall under social services or they don't fall under, special education. We can contract with them for a case manager, and then we would be paying the community services board. I don't think we have done that in an extremely long time. I don't recall doing that very often since I've been here.
Because if I could defund him right now, I'd do it. I'm not happy about some things, and I will make my declaration to the public on Thursday concerning a case here in this county that I'm very disturbed by. And, that is directly related to you, the school system, and them. And I'll be making that declaration on Thursday and appealing to the public.
So, Ms. Gordon, just so I'm clear, the 1.152,375, the local portion of the request, that's just for the CSA for the most part, and if you get in another,
The 294, 847, 845.67, that's just for
that's
CSA.
just CSA, okay.
Mhm. That's the local portion that we're asking for. The local match on CSA is 42.71%. And that hasn't gone up in quite a while either.
Out of this CSA money, does that money cover transportation costs for these individuals when you have to take them out of the county?
No, it does not, the school system covers that.
Thank you.
Board members, do we have any more questions for Ms. Gordon?
So Ms. Gordon, from what I'm hearing, you're saying that's 1.152, nowhere you can't cut, that's the bare minimum.
That is, yes. Now, keep in mind, I've not got my state budget yet. So as soon as I get my state budget, then I'll have definite numbers. So I don't have definite numbers. I have to play with numbers from last year and what I've heard about is coming. I do straight line projections and then I have to look at what the state gives us as well.
So the potential is you could come back and you may have to come back and ask for more.
There's a possibility. It also depends on what the governor does with his budget. My understanding is he could veto the budget, he could approve the budget as it is, or he could line item veto. If he vetoes the budget, everything goes away. It's in the caboose budget. The biennial budget stands.
Anything further for Ms. Gordon? Thank you for
Right, thank you.
doing that. Ms. Wilson, if you want to take the next.
All right, now we move into the expenditure side. That's the only there, and I'll start with the board of supervisors. We cut the telephones, cellular phones, and iPad data plans. In actuals for 2024, we were $6,361.82. We budgeted $10,000 in the first, we dropped 3, and I bumped that down to $7,000. The reason in 24 that we are low is because a couple of the board members use their personal phones, they don't take our plans. But the risk here is that there is 2 board members that are up for reelection, that for half of the year, we may have some additional cell phones. But I feel for now, that's a fairly safe number, 7,000. Any questions on that one? All right, then moving into the administration budget. I changed the salaries and wages line item. I'm at the request of the board, I removed the 3% salary increase for my salary increase. And that changed, and that changed the FICA. And then we changed some of these line items are really missing. Unemployment tax, because and I had Ashley go through the last few years. Because at one time it's a percentage, and it was at 0.33%. And it bumped down to 0.13%. So we bumped that number from the 15,613, which we were expecting. And this is based on all of the employees that we have. And so we bumped that down to 5,000.
Ms. Wilson, if I could just make a comment in reference to county administrator removed the 3% increase where she's normally added with all the employees, but her contract allows us to set that aside and do that during an evaluation period. And I asked her to do that, but that's a board decision. So if any board members disagree with that and want to put that back in, please let me know. I asked her to do that. I wanted to make sure that it was a board decision, not just my decision.
Ramona, the figure you have there, 309. 309,000, more precise. Does that include, is that the total cost for 3% pay raise or?
No, that also includes reduced, because there was some stipends in there for Ms. Green, because she was doing all the IT stuff, and I removed that as well.
All right, but the 3% pay raise that has been suggested for the county employees,
Mhm.
that, all of that's in that figure.
Other than mine, yeah, mine has
Okay.
been removed.
And the figure for the constitutional officers, is that in each of their budgets?
Yes,
And we're budgeting 3% pay raise for each of them?
correct.
And then,
So the way the budget works, it's kind of confusing. So when the state gives 3% for the comp board funded positions, that goes on our revenue side. So it's reflected in there. And then when we do the expenditure side, it's reflected in there as well. So it's kind of they give and take away.
So why?
So what is included is any positions, like for instance, at the sheriff's office or the treasurer or any department that the county funds, and I think this is more relevant to the sheriff's office and dispatch. That we only give them 3% across. So what they get, all of our county positions are funded at 3%. Any increases that the comp board gives to dispatchers, for instance, they're projecting it's gonna be 9% for dispatchers. There is 4 dispatchers that are funded only by the county. And so they would only see 3% unless the board wants us to match the state.
and to be clear, when we talk about comp position, that's a compensation board funding constitutional officers and their employees.
Correct.
But the comp board doesn't fund each constitutional officer's salaries and employees at the same level. For example, they pay more for the Commonwealth Attorney's Office than they do, a higher percentage than they do maybe for the Treasurer's Office or the Commissioner of Revenue. So when you talk about, it's not technically a wash, it's an offset. We maybe pay 100% and we may get, on constitutional officer's side, we may get 70% back or 60% back from the state.
And not all employees are on the comp. I mean, so you may have in some office 4 employees and only 2 1/3 will be comp at a rate. So that's an interesting number and hard to understand, but it's out there.
And that's why we budget it this way, because as people leave and come in, they can move people in and out of those positions. So that's why we fund all the revenue that the comp board says, we're gonna give you this amount of money for this office. We just put it on the revenue side, and then we budget the increases on the expenditure side.
FYI, that number is on page 3, but the top third, the number that they fund. You want to look at it. Ms. Wilson, I was thinking about this just this weekend. When you go in and you do the personnel costs for every budget, that the individuals don't do, when you calculate their health insurance and so forth, do you do based on their actual choice or on the, okay? So it's not a case of.
Some of the positions, for instance, if there's a vacant position, I'll budget that at the single rate, which is the highest percentage for the county.
Okay.
If you involve this is maybe too tough a question, but what does the county pay maybe on a percentage basis for health insurance towards employees, or how much does the employees pay you? And you have the single plan, we have a family plan, do we have any other plans with the county?
No, we have a single, that's +1, which would be stuff, and then the family plan.
Okay,
And it's the percentage is different.
I know.
Yeah, I can get that number for you. It's, for some reason, I'm thinking it's about 90% for single, and it's around 45 or 50. No, it's around 60, 64 for plus one, and then it's around 54. Just, but I can get you the
So that-
exact
that-
answer.
When you say 90, 60, 54, that's what the county paid.
County pays 90%, employee pays 10%.
I'd like to get those figures.
I find it very disturbing when we take a look at these. Healthcare costs that increase by percentages every year. Have they eat up what percentages we give in salaries? Which is totally absurd in my opinion. And I will have to say that this was part of the liberal plan to socialize us. And this is systematically how they're doing it. So I'm hoping that a new commander chief will go in and slap these people down, because that's what they need to do. They need to get some correction in their costs, and the health care in this country needs to start going down in cost, because they're consuming, every industry is driven by these health costs, okay? And I find it very, very unsettling that they continue to raise the rates every year, to where these adjustments creates a tax problem, okay? And nobody's taking a look into their waste and fraud and abuse, and I'm hoping that that's what this new administration's gonna do.
Ms. Wilson, do you know what the family plan new rate will be off the top of your head?
I don't.
I believe, I don't know how a new family starting out makes it. I believe it's over $1,300 a month. Their portion, the employee's
yes.
portion. It's just, that's astronomical.
Yeah, and I think it's, to that point, it's like 15,000 for the county. It's a lot.
So needless to say, just to keep pace, so the employee can afford to come to work and have some level of health care, this is the disturbing part, okay? And what happens is the curve is like this, there's never a flatten, there's never even, let's ride the pole for a couple of years and things don't inflate. This is, like I said, we make excuses for every little thing out there nowadays. This person doesn't have this person doesn't have that, and these people continue to escalate the costs. Like I said, it's a very sickening ride that we're on, because there doesn't seem to be any stop to it.
You know, what the total health insurance increase that's being applied to employees, what that dollar amount is? I'm curious to know what that dollar amount is in comparison to the 3% potential raise for the staff. Because to me, it sounds like on a family plan, and I don't know how many family plans, how many employees we have that utilize the family plan, but to me, the 3% doesn't sound like that will come close to covering the additional monthly increase.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have the employees portion, I'm just gonna have the counties, because that's what I'm budgeting for, so, but I can get that.
We divided that, so that would be a little different. If you could get that, that'd be great.
I think, y'all hit the nail on the head. At 3% pay increase for the county employees, the number I heard was it was gonna be a 12% increase. Is that still correct?
Yes,
And then for school employees, it's gonna be a 6% increase. Is that still correct?
21%.
21%, so the 3% is nowhere near gonna cover. Everybody essentially getting a pay cut, so they can pay for their health insurance, which I will remind you, is supposed to go down $2,500 a year. So we were told.
just to add clarification to that, so the counties, when you have your health care, the 12%, so when you're getting a salary increase of 3%, that's on your total salary, and the 12% increase is 12% of your, of your total insurance. So you're still, employees are still coming ahead, they're not losing money.
Well, that's good.
Even at the 3%. So if they have a family plan at $1,200, the 3% would be more than the $120 more a month.
Theoretically. I have to go through all the numbers, all of the increases.
Well, what we had competitiveness in the market, the inflation rates on these things were not near what we're dealing with now. Okay, and so, at some point, it's gonna become unsustainable. And I'd like to see Obamacare get crushed because it has really ruined this market and then pushed this inflation rate on this health cost up. Competitive markets will always be the best thing to do for people to be able to buy their insurance on their own at the same competitive rate as what they get on a group. That would be a fair system, but it is not structured that way.
All right, the next item that we reduced was the telephones. In FY24, we only spent $4,279. So we reduced that from 7,500 to 5,500. And then we reduced all of the expenses related to travel, lodging, and education. So we bumped one down from 3,000 to 1,500, from 3,000 to 2,000, and from 6,000 to 3,000. And a lot of those charges are related to continuing education for Judy and Ashley. And
Just an observation, because I'm not sure everybody out there can see what's up here. The total county administrative budget they finished in fiscal year 24 at $808,000. And now we're budgeting $689,000. Some of that I know is in, I think, professional services or something to that effect. But it's not a lot of opportunity, I don't think, left.
any questions on, actually, I do have a question. Does the board want me to leave this as it is without my 3% in there, or do we?
I'm okay with
The way it is, or
it, the way it is.
Okay.
I'm not, if this is all services in the county, I'm looking for another $125,000.
It's just,
No, I'm just talking about the salary and wages.
Gotcha.
Moving on.
Each board member good with the way that we took the 3% out to look at it again during evaluation period?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the next department is IT. And from draft 3 to draft 4, we changed the Atlantic broadband. I bumped it down from 84.6 to 8400. It's not a big change, but that's based on, we don't have a really good target because the 24 numbers at $24,284 didn't include the 2 fiber lines that we had run, and it didn't include the lease on the towers. We moved all that from emergency management to this budget, so.
Ms. Wilson, on that number, do we have 9 months of actuals for this year? We're at the end of March, will be 9 months.
Yeah, we would have those.
On which one? This one specifically or the whole?
On the broadband, internet services, 5231.
So if we have 9 months, then we can assume much will change for next year. So we can, these numbers at swing.
At the moment, we're at 94,373.02.
94th.
Say that again?
94,373.02 is what we've expended year to date.
For internet?
You're talking about 8103 for broadband? I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood
So
your
that's
question.
5231.
You're talking about, okay, I'm sorry, when you say broadband, I go
That's
to the
okay.
broadband
That's okay.
lines, sorry.
Sorry, 5231.
Yeah, one.
Just for the IT, just for the IT portion.
Okay. That's at 36,860.11.
All right, so that's about $4,000 a month, so that can be reduced to 50.
So Ashley, so we have 2,400 per month for the lease. And we have 1,300 times 2 for the fiber lines, right, per month?
We still are charging that, are we? I don't know what we're talking about, Mr. Department, because we don't charge the, lease stuff there yet. That's still being charged to emergency services.
Okay, so that's why it's.
Yeah, because we didn't change it till this coming year, right?
Yeah, so it'll be, yeah, that's why it's reflected in here, so that number, so she's gonna have to give you 2 different
Yeah, to add.
budget codes to get
Yeah,
that where we are.
that's not inclusive of those leases.
Okay, well, then, since we've got 9 months of actuals, correct?
Yes.
For that, yeah, but not including the towers and not including the fiber line.
Right, that's a separate line item this year. We moved it all over because it just makes more sense.
Actually, it does include the fiber line, but not the lease.
Yeah, the fiber lines there is included.
Can you just, look at those and see if we have an opportunity? I'm not sure we do, but I'm confused.
Okay, so, Ashley, in the original budget, I have the amounts listed in there. And I know it's $2,400 per month.
Appreciate you.
2,400 for the tower leases. 1,300 and 1,300 for the fiber lines,
And 750,
and 750 for
the ESC fiber line.
EOS, yeah. Okay, so that is 5750 per month times 12.
That's And those numbers you have are good.
That's 69,000.
So it's 69,000 a year. So you're saying,
With those numbers, yeah.
okay, so you have a little opportunity there, not much. Maybe 10,000.
Question on that. Have we started receiving the $1,200 a month per tower for Verizon?
We have not.
Do we have any idea when that could happen? I know Ms. Rowe, she wasn't sure on that. So that 140, 28,000 is nowhere in this budget.
It is in this budget, but we haven't started receiving it yet. We will be receiving it starting in May, probably.
So you included that on the revenue side?
Yes.
Thank you.
Quick question for board members. When I add up the numbers for IT, I see we have it at 500, but I come up to 532,600, 532,600. I realize that we're going to try to reduce some of the software program costs, but as of right now, I come up with the 532. Is everybody's good with leaving it at 5?
I'd like to see, since we've got some negotiating power, going down to 485. I don't believe that these licensors are gonna cost what they've been costing, given what we have, and let me make it known that some of these IT services, some of these amounts are controllable, okay, to schedule them. If people will be, a little giving on, these services of when things can get done. We're a small county, not everything can happen in 2 hours' time. I mean, if it's an emergency or something of that nature, but small stuff that can be handled, with a single trip, I'm looking to minimize that amount. I'd like to see us get down to a level that we're pretty even with some of the other localities, because they seem to be able to work their budgets, and I'm gonna go, like I said, but I'd like to see it down to about 485.
Board members, how does everybody else feel about the 485? I do think there's an opportunity for us to reduce some of these software costs in the next 12 months. That we could lower and revisit it if we had to. I hate to do it that way, but we could.
So the number that you had? I'm getting 500,000, so,
Um,
on totals.
I had 532, 600. I may have, trying to do it fast, I may have added something.
Yeah, I get 500 when I do it on this, in the
Okay.
spreadsheet.
Let's check it.
I just checked it.
Thank you.
Mr. Bone, you were doing some investigating for us. Have you had any answers since last time we talked about that?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Yes, probably so, I guess.
We have, on April the 10th, we received a new proposal. Well, let me ask you this. If by chance we have to go out to RFP, I don't know that I need to go into exact detail.
You're exactly
Probably not.
correct. I didn't know anything about that. You're right.
There's a question as to where, and our county attorney is going to advise us on this, but we have a question now about the IT budget that we now have with Alliance, was first procured without going out for a request for proposal RFP, and that was because the price was below the procurement level we had to get an RFP. Since then, however, the monthly cost, the annual cost has increased to where we should get an RFP, and we have been comparing costs with other vendors as well. So our county attorney needs to advise us on how we need to proceed, and that's what we're waiting on now. I think the line item for, let's see, 3100 professional services, we have 112,000.
No, it's 100.
I mean,
Yeah.
It's the lines of professional services.
well, that's,
Oh, he's right.
I think that needs to be increased to at least 144,000.
The 112.
Are you proposing to leave the licensing one where all the licenses are at 127?
Well-
That includes several other stuff, but.
The only one that we had some question about was that accounting test on that. But also, there's another figure we need to add in. It has to do with the way the pricing is being done, but, let's see here.
See, that's what I'm
So if the licensing for the Office 365, the G1 and G3 accounts, if we, in the proposals I've looked at, one proposal has it as part of the managed services budget, the other bills it separate. So if we're going to be looking at apples to apples, then we have an additional $24,000 in expenses per year for the Office 365. That's not included in the 144,000 that I just said we need to increase. So we need to add it. And of course, that accounting software is almost 20-some thousand.
Yeah, it's 21.5.
We need that from the finance and accounting line last time, that's not true. It should put out.
It was in the wrong, say that again, in the.
At y'all's last work session, you pulled the Questica funding out of the finance and accounting line, so we just need to make that note.
That's right. Thank you.
So that's not,
That's what I was gonna ask, is that, since that's an additional, that would be, not really enter into this.
Yeah, we pulled that out of 6002 line item. We went from 50,000 to 30,000. Not that one?
3321, went from 67 to 47.
67 to 47.
Oh, okay.
It's a lot of changes.
well,
With that change to the managed services, the budget's at 532,000.
well, we have an additional, let's say 20,000. 24,000 is not accounted, that 24,000. 108, it's not accounted for yet, that's the Office 365 subscriptions.
That 24,000 was an additional to the 144,000.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, I think I misspoke, as far as the line item 3,100, which right now is 127,000, I think that should be changed to 144,000.
That's 30.
It's 112,000.
That's 3320, maintenance service contract. Is that what you're looking at?
3,100 is
Right.
112,000.
I'm sorry, 112, that should be 144.
But the next line down, is that correct?
Well,
127?
Why don't we clarify,
the one,
clarify with the two, the professional services would be the IT services under contract, right? Is that correct? And then the maintenance service contracts would be for the hard software. Correct? Because they come in different forms. All right, so-
There's two mics on.
Yeah, so for the
I
maintenance,
can nod my head.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right, I just want to clarify that because it does make a difference there. I'm looking to cut this, maintenance service contracts down. Okay, and it's my understanding that we can, okay, because some of the stuff could come with a selection of a contractor that we would be getting free of charge. And so with that, right now, these two figures are the two figures that we have to negotiate with. Is that correct? Okay.
well, I have a question. The $127,000 figure, which is line item 3320. I thought that was this $126,000 figure here.
That's correct.
All right, and in that, that's where I'm seeing the Office 365 subscription should be added. And that's the 24,000, and then we have the possibility of this Questica that you haven't been using fully for 21,500. There's some question whether we would continue that.
We are, but we took it out of a different line item. We didn't take it out of that line item.
Next line.
We took it out of the one that was 67,000. We bumped that down to 47,000.
I'd like to.
Well,
That's the BAI support and financing accounting system. That's the line item we took that out of.
so let's go
So
back.
I'm gonna go to the 127 and I'm going to add,
Well, wait a minute. If, what is in the 127 then? If this, well, the last, you said it was 126,818.
and we had the Questica in there, but
Yes.
Ashley said when we removed it out of a different line item.
Which is the correct, the
The
finance and
correct line.
accounting is where we've been charging that. So that would be the correct place to take it.
The next line, 3320.
So it wasn't in the original 124,000,
127.
127, sorry.
So, back to my question, the 127. Is it this figure less the Questica?
Yes,
All right, well, then I think that we probably live with that 127 figure. I don't think that needs to be changed.
But you're still under the assumption, Tom, that line 3,100 professional services needs to be increased to 144. We know that the 24,000's already been deducted. You still believe that needs to go to 144 for the research that you've done?
Yes, and the 144 does not involve any software. That's just managed services.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's go down to replacement. So this is our computer replacement schedule. We bumped it from 50,000. Well, we started out at 75,000, we bumped it to 50,000, and now it's down to 30,000.
That's line 6002.
Okay.
And then we changed the item right below it, which was books and subscriptions. We changed it from 1,000 to 0. And then the consulting contract for B funding. This was, I think we changed this last time, but Jeff Beacon, we are doing an amendment to his contract, which will take it from 120,000 to 60,000. And then we changed, I took out the broadband marketing and workforce development, the $4,000. They really haven't been using that, and I think that's a item that we can take out. So I moved it from 4,000 to 0. So with those changes, the new IT budget is 532,000.
Don't give me vote for it.
Any other questions on that department? All right, the next department that had changes is General Government Administration Independent Auditor, Professional Services. We spent 56,473 in FY24, and this is for RFC audit and for Mary, what's her company? I can't remember.
Rutherford and Moss.
Is who she told for her consulting services to. So we had budgeted at 78.5, but we've been using Mary's services less and less each year. So I bumped that down to 65,000.
When can we, if we're moving it down a little less each year, when can we just eliminate it altogether?
I don't think we
Okay,
can.
I'm recommending.
We depend on Mary doing lots of our year-end stuff with the auditors.
Can we back up just to the IT really quick, just for clarification? Where do you have that at? Is it 500 or is it 532 or 485?
532.
Okay, I think we can go stay with 500. I think that we're gonna see some savings over this year. What's the rest of the board feel with that?
I'm not that familiar with what the contracts are. I can't weigh in on that too much. I'd like to say that, but I think that when you are getting ready to get RFPs, that you definitely ask for a breakdown on the licensing, each one.
Definitely. Mr. Bowen, you've been more involved with this. Do you feel it's it should be 532, or do you think we would be okay with the 500?
In my opinion, the only way to reduce the 532 is to reduce the software expenses. I don't think you're going to get any reduction in the managed services. I have prices that I don't think I can reveal at this time. So it's hard for me to go into too much detail and explain the figures, but I think that's the best I can do, is to say that I don't think your main services are gonna come in below 144. And you're talking about, $32,000. I don't know if you can pull that out of software or not. You've already pulled 21,000 out from Questica. I don't know where else you're planning to pull it.
The services, the licenses to operate would come in if it goes out for bid, would be part of that bid package for apples, orange to oranges. And we're not really, now I'm not opposed to keeping it at having it at 500,000 until those bid prices comes out. But in negotiations, when this RFP goes out, it's gotta be apples, orange to orange, because this is the only place that we do have right now, looking at this, that we can get some savings there. And so we're not gonna know the true number until this comes back. What we have narrowed this down to now is the fact that the numbers, how this one company got in the door, under contract under the county is beyond me. That's involved in this that we've been paying. And this is why we're having a shakeup in this budget, because we had a company in here that was spending money with us, and we had boots on the ground, and something had to give. And in my opinion, I've looked at the bills, and I'm really appalled at the fact that we had that much money going out the door when we had boots on the ground. And so I want the public to know that these IT companies can come in here and service your needs. Okay, you may not get everything you want right in and there. If a printer breaks down or whatever. Okay, but at the end of the day, we're looking at trying to keep the taxes low here. We're looking for everything that we can do to reduce the cost to the county. But I looked at those bills that came in, and I'm not happy with what we were paying out. So I don't want to see this happen again. And there was no authorization there from the board at the time that this took place. So I'm gonna make that clear. So had it slipped through the door, I couldn't tell you, but one individual's no longer here.
We've done a significant cost cutting. We've taken it from a fiscal year 24 actual of 722,000 to a budgeted of 532,000. We've taken almost $200,000 off the 700,000 plus actual expense in 2024. There may be some other savings. For example, on the Office Suite 365, the citizens that are on our volunteer for our committees, we supply them, it's my understanding, the 365 account. Yeah. And that's, I think, about $10 a month. It's not a huge expense, but, we might be able to reduce that to even maybe a Gmail account, some type of, I don't know that they need the Word and Excel and all of that. And with an agenda, I'm not comfortable getting below the 532 at this point, based on information I have.
So, because Tom has done a lot of research on this, I would be inclined to go with you on the 532. That's a little bit high maybe, but if that'd be the case, and I would, like I said earlier, before we ever got started, I'd rather err on my side and then come in a little lower through licensing and whatever it would be, that to go low and we're over budget. That's the situation we've got ourselves in right now, and that's why we have budget session number 5 today. But before we leave this topic, I want to say one thing. I've been having an issue with my county iPad or PC for a long time. Tim gave me Alex's number last week. I made a phone call to him, he took control of it, and in 17 minutes, he had it fixed. That was no boots on the ground, that was a telephone conversation, and him doing what he does, and I was very impressed. First interaction I've had with him, he really did a good job for me.
Okay, Ms. Wilson, you go on.
Past the auditor, Commissioner of Revenue. So in the previous versions of the budget drafts, 2 and 3, you'll see salary and wages was at 213,411. So the Commissioner of Revenue had proposed, because he had some money left at the end, or predicted he had some money left at the end of this year, he wanted to increase the salaries for his people. And as you know, in the compensation study, that's one of the departments that's underpaid compared to surrounding localities. So he had built in this 213,000, and so I bumped it back down to just the 3% that across the board. So you'll see that change from 213,411 to 199,831, and that changed the FICA as well. And then further down in the budget, in the Commissioner of Revenue's budget line, 5210 postage, they only used 1,416 in 24, so I budgeted it at 1,500 instead of 3,000. And then the telephone, they spent $172 in 24. I bumped that down to $1,000. And then travel and mileage and travel, subsistence and lodging, 5510 and 5530. I bumped those down from respectively from 2,000 to 1,000 and from 1,800 to 750. And then on office supplies, line item 6001, I changed that from 2,600 to 1,800 based on their usage from 24. And the same with books and subscriptions. They only used about $900 in FY24. I bumped that down to $1,000. So that changed the Commissioner of Revenue's budget from $368,977 to $348,058. Any questions on that one?
Yes, ma'am, I do. So the comp study did show that they were underpaid than folks around. So your 199,000 for salaries and wages, does that include just the 3% rate increase for them?
Yes. Any other questions on Commissioner of Revenue?
I do. Trying to do my math here. So, from the salary and wages, 1,100, line item 1,100, Commissioner Revenue on page 6. You reduced it from draft 3 budget from 213,411 to 199,831. And you said that reflects the 3% increase?
The 199,831 has the 3% increase.
Are we talking about the same number of employees in the Commissioner Revenue's office as fiscal year 24?
Yes. Notice that's 2 lines, Tom. Because you have the
Sure,
local
wait.
funded,
Okay, I see it now.
that's about 180, yeah,
Okay.
187 up to 199, not much.
All right, the next budget that had changes was the treasurer, small change. on machinery and equipment, we changed it from 2,000 to 1,000. So her budget went from 429,356 to 428,356.
And the increase from fiscal year '24, which is 325,000 essentially, to 428,000 is the additional person she added.
Correct. Any other questions on the treasurer? All right, the next budget that changes is the registrar.
I hate to do this, can we back up? To the Commissioner of Revenue's budget. It really bothers me that those ladies in there are as underpaid as they are. I know, and I've said it before, sometimes I think our county's a little top heavy. But I will say this, with them being underpaid such as they are, I would like to see us do more than the 3%.
Mr. Walls, if we, get through our closed session, I think we may be able to accommodate that.
Okay, thank you.
So, all right, do you want me to keep moving on? All right, the registrar, we changed postage. We changed postage from 1,500 to 1,000. And we changed telephone from 1,500 to 0, and that was based on the FY24 actuals for those lines. Any questions on that?
She did add a cell phone for herself finally, so we shouldn't put that at 0. So I would say that needs to have $50 a month in there, so.
$600.
She didn't used to, but she needs, okay, thank you.
Just looking at the registrars. So in fiscal year '24, we had 137,000 for the department, we're at 202. You've added a person, correct? And essentially, that's pretty much it. Do you see an increase this year because of the gubernatorial race? Nothing, okay. Thank you. And let's all remember that this is partially, compensated on top of it too. It doesn't cost the county all of this.
Any other questions on the registrar?
So that we're gonna increase that 600.
Yeah, I put 600 back in.
Okay.
Back in, what do you say?
For the
Into
telephone line.
Carla's budget.
Boy, we're all like boys, girls.
What line was that?
That's a
5230.
telephone.
5230.
So that changed her budget from 204,407 to, yeah, it's not gonna be right because I changed that on the fly, yeah.
000.
You need for 600.
Yeah, where 0 was at on the telephone, 600 paid that.
All right, the next department is general district court.
Ms. Wilson, one thing. I had talked to Ms. Faulkner at one point about reduction of our precincts, and so many people are doing early voting. And I would like to ask that she visit that, and maybe for next year at least be able to make a proposal if that would make sense and so forth.
Okay, let me, go back to the telephone. You had $1,000 in there for that.
She took it
I
out.
took it out, we
You
put
took that
600
out.
back in.
Okay, that's what I know. Yeah, so I talked to my board about that, Janice. So with the president's executive order about elections, he's trying to move towards same-day voting.
No,
We feel like it would be a little bit, it wouldn't be a good idea at this point
Right.
to downsize, just in case that does go through. You know, our citizens don't stand in line now, and they would have to. So we've kind of tabled that for now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Walsh,
can I ask that we take a 5-minute recess, please?
you taking a 5-minute recess? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Y'all knew that was coming.
Sorry, I was so confused when I was trying to ask him about the terminals. So that emergency management line at Marlins was at 30,000. The freeze on tower leases are dropping. Tower leases. And all the internet was 36,660. So we should. Right. Space. Yeah.
Say last.
Do you want your, her face?
No, I'll do it in the session.
Talked to my son about your husband the other day.
Oh, yeah?
He lives over Newport.
And then when they come up, the new,
You don't want to. I don't mind. Today, that was my first time seeing you. Well, I was wondering. We did have your order.
Yeah, so what you need to do in order for us to make proper decisions, look at the elections going out, so you can kind of gauge where they're going to expire. Because that's not that. Yes.
She wants to go to see, I don't, I know you do. I won't try to. I guess, well, I agree, but it's not cutting my decision.
Okay,
I'll just create your. So we might have to do a chart down the line, just to get everybody to, I think that's important. Really good look at that. Like, some of the stuff that is on solid. Which I can consolidate.
It just makes everything easier, but it's.
Not an option.
It's a paper, they said the other newspaper. What I was gonna say is hoping press. Oh, today, I don't know, but I know that it should be. Oh, well, they, for now.
Yeah, we can't.
I did.
I didn't, today's the 14th. I didn't know that the league was, bought out tonight, were slow whips. I know the right words, the rate were bought out, but that told me that that's why. A lot of small ones. I was just asking her something about how she was going, like her, you know, worrying that her trouble was going to cost people. And she said, no.
And those are substantial. Okay, that's my concern. He doesn't give us ghost of
She's still in control, she's still in control of it. So I don't know how, I didn't get the details of it.
It's really sitting on some stuff. I don't know if it's a master plan to do. Exactly, the whole world, the world. Exactly.
It's a little distracting.
Thursday, the president's supposed to read this. What's that? Thursday's supposed to read this.
Percent change somewhere this week.
Well, now it's down to 0 Thursday.
They have
Maybe seven.
You did? I was salad, so.
Well, wasn't sure, I think, you said that it's, so you need one, I was thinking like one on.
I worked with the that's what I was thinking, you take one half, I take the other, but.
You want me to hold it?
I feel comfortable, I felt my signature, so I'm gonna be.
The oldest? Well, I'm with the oldest.
I gave them that letter. I said, my aching is
With the time. How do you feel comfortable? Like then I just see May was writing.
Right, I got you.
I thought the guys might be,
Probably. Okay, I'll write. Okay. I didn't bring it, I realized, I'm gonna see.
I have 4 packs of.
I should have brought it, 'cause I have all these small stickers that I don't use.
That was perfect for this, and I just wanted I checked that. We'll share, yes.
Well, I had all the little ones for about.
It's not like it's easy, it's like a train.
Okay, we'll reconvene.
I'm coming.
Quit politics, so that.
It's the season.
All right, we are at Department Code 021200, Judicial Administration General District Court. We changed 3320 maintenance service contracts, because they had only spent $1,100 in FY24, so we bumped that down to $2,000. And then we changed telephones, because they spent $784, so we bumped that down from $3,500 to $1,200. And then the line item for office supplies, they had spent $450, and we bumped it down to $1,000.
Ms. Wilson, what was the reasoning for the increasing professional services from $2,000 in fiscal year 24, actual spent $10,000 in 25? That, I knew that had to do with the court-appointed attorney or something, but that's a big, that's huge increase. I mean, not a huge dollar increase, but a percentage. I'd like some more money out of that.
It was in her budget request. You know that.
It was a budget request.
Yeah. So I actually looked at that last time, and it looks like, the increase this year is due to the court system increasing the rate of pay for the court-appointed attorneys. And with this change, they increased that expenditure line and reduced the furniture and fixtures line. I checked back the last 4 fiscal years and agreed, they do typically have about half to 2/3 budget left unspent altogether for that. It looks like back in 21, they requested a large increase to their budget, doubled it to make the office a full-time office, however, they never adjusted down after that request for funding was approved. So they increased their overall budget a lot, and FY 21 and original came back down.
So we would be, I mean, in 24, they spent $2,000 for court appointed attorney. Even if they increase their rate of pay, I don't think it's $8,000 worth, so
No.
I think we can probably bump that down to 5,000.
Easily.
I was gonna suggest maybe 4.
I think we need to have a better understanding. I can't imagine that court-appointed attorneys are included in that fee. I mean, we're talking about, even if a court-appointed attorney, $2,000 that was spent in fiscal 2024, they spent more than that for attorneys. And I think the attorney fee is primarily paid by the state, I thought. I'm not sure that the explanation that that's court-appointed attorneys is correct, going from 2,000 to 10,000. My question.
Let's just make it,
Can you read what their request said?
was it in the package?
I haven't. It says, it's just a department overview is all I see. It says the court that most people have contact with is General District Court. General District Court handles most traffic violations, also includes minor criminal cases, known as misdemeanors. I don't see a direct correlation between what they submitted and what, unless I'm missing some paperwork on that, which I don't think I am.
Are all court-appointed attorneys paid by the state, or if it's got to do something with a code, with a traffic violation or something, it may be stated here in the county? Is that what it's for? And it's,
Usually the person that's being charged has to pay for their own attorney.
not necessarily when they get up there and if they qualify for a court-appointed attorney, but what I'm saying is if it's not a state issue and it's something that's local, like some traffic thing, would that be, maybe so, no, okay, just, so it's all court-appointed attorneys that are funded by the state?
Certain level misdemeanors or felonies are what constitutes for a court.
Gotcha, okay.
So the state pays the court-appointed attorneys, correct? So
I'm not sure how that, I'm sure it does come from the state though.
so we should be receiving some funds from the state to reimburse for those fees if we have it on the expense side.
That I don't know. I can tell you that, as far as just the accounts payable, I don't know the ins and outs of what you guys are asking, but I get the bills for them and it's like $120 for this attorney. I just got one recently, it was like $300. I think there was 2 cases involved.
It's not that, we can reduce this, let's just cut it.
Sure. Or actually, somebody said 4.
Yeah, I said
I think
4.
4 is,
Let's go.
yeah, I think 4 would be the same.
So that gives us $6,000 more. Anyway, we get it.
All right, any other questions on general district court? All right. The next one that has changes is the sheriff's office. So there was a request, so in between draft 2 and draft 3, the board wanted to give the sheriff the 2 contract positions to account for the increased court security because they're putting another judge here. And so the sheriff and I had several conversations on how we could reduce this without putting her at too much risk. And so we agreed on line item 1,300 salary and wages part-time. We just put that at $315, which also impacted so it's not the full 110 that she requested, but we made some modifications to the hourly rates on the 7 positions part-time positions that she had budgeted. And so we kind of manipulated that to try to get this number down, so. But there's no saying that, once we get, and it's gonna gradually ramp up, but there's no saying that when we get, halfway through the year, that she won't have to come back to the board to see if we can get additional funding in that line item. But we think because it's gonna ramp up slowly, it'll give her time to actually get those positions, and with the increased hourly rate, we feel like there will be more interest than there has been in the past.
Ms. Wilson, I said today, I'm not gonna be anybody's friend when this is over. So I'm looking at fiscal year 24, we got $1.5 million for her budget. And now we're going up to $2.1 million. So it's a $600,000 increase over 2 years. And I'm wondering about this additional judge. The county has to absorb the extra cost for that?
Yes, it's in state law that the sheriff has to provide courthouse security. And so by adding a judge, they're gonna have court almost every day, and except, well, at least 4 days a week. And then some of those days, there's dual courts.
Okay, so I guess this increase is reasonable given that information. I hope they buy lunch here, that's all. Something good's gotta come out of it.
Mr. Bone?
Looking into the future as to areas we might be able to save money, the sheriff's office might be able to save money. It's probably not fair to ask the sheriff to address this today, but whether it's today or sometime in the future, I would like to have the sheriff's thoughts about dispatch. I know, for example, I think James City County, York County, and Gloucester have a joint dispatch system. It's my understanding.
I can answer to that.
Huh?
I can answer.
I could you step up and, because I'm just curious, I don't know if that's a possibility or not, but,
We've already had multiple discussions about consolidating of dispatch centers. I know that York County and James City County did undergo a consolidation, and Gloucester opted out of the consolidation. And I can give you a quick reason why. Number one, the positions in Matthews would go away, so we would be down employment positions within the sheriff's office. So it takes employment away from Matthews County and puts it in another county. Then number two, the most important in my opinion, is if you have an emergency in your home, do you want somebody giving directions to the first responders to get to you from another county who does not know back roads, detours, side roads? It doesn't work like that. A lot of our first responders, specifically our firemen, are asking them, they may come over the radio, turn by this barn, go to the oak tree. I mean, that is what we're dealing with a volunteer fire department. That's how they reference navigating the county. I am not in favor of consolidation. I understand that it's a huge expense, but our dispatchers know our county, and they know how to navigate our county, and they know their first responders, and they know just in their voice, when they're just with a touch of inflection, they can tell the severity by the deputy that's over the radio. They can tell how bad something is because they know their personnel. And I don't want to take that personal connection away from Matthews County. I think that would be a poor decision.
Ms. Edwards?
Yes.
What if the regional dispatch center were located in Matthews? We keep our people. I mean, if we could entice others to come here versus outsourcing.
I mean, that would just be up to that other county. I don't know that anybody wants to lose their people. The biggest thing, our actual dispatch supervisor came from York County. She was originally James City County. Every James City dispatcher, when they consolidated York County, I think is no longer in the York County complex.
I've looked at the cost of E911 at the other localities. Some of them have a different, it's so disparate, there's so much disparity on paper. I'm not sure what's going on within those localities. I think some of them actually outsource it to a third party. I'm not sure, not a contract. But we, as a notice to the public who can't read this, dispatch is coming in at $889,000. That's almost $1 million. It's a big number. It is a big number. So yeah, that's why we're looking at it and trying to figure it out.
And you've had a lot of different developments. If you go back to 10 years ago, we weren't medical dispatching. Now they're trained to give CPR over the phone. There's a lot of things that are upgrades, just the hard drives and the software alone. And that's why one of my CIP requests was, to go with an outside vendor for all these operations that would actually replace the hardware. So we would at least not have that coming out of our IT budget down the road.
I'm glad you clarified because I think citizens need to understand why tax increase is probably inevitable. It is inevitable.
I mean, it's nothing about the technology side is gonna be cheap.
April, I don't know what the cost savings would be for a regional system, but I would like to explore that. And the point you made about Matthews dispatchers knowing the back roads is a valid point. I wouldn't want to lose that, but to me, that's a management decision. To me, it would seem to me that if you set up a regional dispatch, say with 3 counties, you can make provisions that if, and let's just make it simple. You have 3 equal counties and you need 5 dispatchers from each county, so you need a total of 15 dispatchers. It seems to me that you could have a policy, at least a goal, that you hire 5 dispatchers from each county. I mean, we have people from Matthews driving to Newport News and Richmond to go to work.
Well, they tried that. They tried that, but they end up leaving. The other cities, that's what I've been told, is they've left for one reason or another. After the consolidations happened.
I'd like to speak to that. Last week I went to the Middlesex board meeting where they had, part of their agenda was the regional center. And I just want to let y'all know how hard they were advocating if this was possible to get it in their county. Okay. Very hard advocating for it. But I'm going to go back to something here that we discussed earlier about the comp board on 9%, a 9% increase for the dispatchers. April, for numbers purposes, how many total dispatchers do we have?
There's 10 full-time and
10 full-time.
a couple part-time.
Okay, and a couple part-time, of course, some of the stuff for the state. So how many of those dispatchers would be subject to this 9% increase?
5 of those, we had 5 comp board funded dispatch positions. And because it was heavily fought in the legislative session this year, and they realized that they were significantly underpaid. The comp board was saying they should only get $30-some thousand a year, but they work 12-hour shifts, night shifts, swing shifts. So they decided that they've been long neglected. So it was originally pitched to do 12.3%, and then I think they settled at the standard 3% that everybody was getting, then they gave them an extra 6 on top of that. So, but I want to stress to you all that they do need, our county funded positions need to be given that, or they will jump ship to an agency where there's more comp funded positions. But one thing I really need the board to consider is we are doing everything in our power to bump our numbers up over the past 2 years. Like, we are increasing our paper service. I expect drastic change. Plus, I've been working on my presentation for our legislators that I've spoken at different meetings in the county about how we kind of get shafted, with how many deputies we're given. So I'm pitching a presentation to them to request more, just to provide adequate positions for this county. I know it's supposed to be a budget session next assembly, so I really feel favorable that we are going to see a lot more help coming to this county, not just us, but other small areas on the Middle Peninsula and Northern Neck.
Do you have a number out of this funding, 9%, for equalization to the other?
Thank you.
You
It's
do?
$10,127
So,
to get all together.
what's
So
that number?
that's 10,127. So
To
that's
get them
what,
all to 9%.
yes.
Thank you, appreciate it.
One thing, I noticed that the county, the reimbursement to the county for the sheriff, and this comes under the sheriff's department, it's at like $800 and some odd $1,000. Does that's dispatch and sheriff?
No, we have two separate budgets. Well, I don't know how it is on your spreadsheet.
On the revenue, it is together.
Okay.
Oh, it is on the revenue. Well,
They're
then,
together.
I get a
So
little
it's
confused
800,000?
when they're merged together, so yeah.
does that sound right to you? We're looking at, your $1 million plus.
Potentially, yes, it's around, I think it's around 800 and some
So
thousand.
both dispatch and sheriff.
Yes.
Okay.
And, also for context, the comp board does not give us a secretary. They give other neighboring counties a secretary, so the county has to fund that. They also should be giving dispatchers that we have enough positions to go around the clock, and they don't give us that. How can you spread 5 dispatchers over 365 days, 24 hours a day? 5 will never meet that demand. Nobody could take vacation or get sick. That's what I'm saying. I just feel very good that there will be a change coming. I just can't, we have to wait and argue all year long for it.
And Matthews, you think is funded less than other localities?
Oh, I know it is.
Okay.
They think because they don't look at the fact that the East River separates north and they think we can jump over the water to get to a call. They don't think we should take that water, square footage, square miles and
So that's part of the formula, you think? But for dispatch, that's not part of the formula. It's just the number of people sitting.
it's actually based on, I know for deputies, it's based on population for every 1,500 citizens. But there's no look at how does that population grow in the summertime, and it doesn't, it's ridiculous.
I know you've told me that your activities increase exponentially for
I mean,
summertime.
now, with the immigration thing that's come down, like if we encounter illegal, so, we're having more put on us every day.
So the 9%, just some clarification, that's a increase from the comp board minimum for the dispatchers?
Yes, everybody across the board at the comp, that's comp funded will get that 9%. It's the 3 that everybody was getting, plus they're supplementing it with another 6%, just to try to get their pay where it should be.
So, Ms. Wilson, you said it's 10,127 to get every dispatcher.
Correct.
The board members, I would be 100% for that, to make sure that they all get the same increase. I also have some concerns, and I understand that you and Ms. Wilson have spoken in reference to the 2 contract positions, and I commend you two for trying to work together. But my concern with not putting that in here now is I don't see how you're not going to need this later if you're able to fill the positions. So either we do it now, or 6 or 9 months from now, we do it again, and then this time next year, we're looking at whatever that dollar amount is as an increase in the budget. So I don't know why we just don't do it now. I understand, just I want the public, make sure the public understands next budget year, if we have to redo that or increase that, we're gonna have that as an added expense.
So the sheriff and I did talk about
Yeah.
that, and we talked about increasing the tax rate now and then not needing it versus needing it and taking from fund balance. I just think it would sit better with the citizens if we took from fund balance later, rather than increasing with an anticipated use, increasing taxes with an anticipated use. That's-
I'm not talking about increasing taxes right now. That doesn't even enter into my equation. Because there's other places we still have to look.
I would prefer to leave the figure as agreed to, or at least as worked out between the sheriff and the county administrator.
With the understanding that if later on that she could be coming back to the board.
We just need to track it, just track it and look at where the expenses are.
I agree.
You're likely, though, being a larger department, you're likely to have some vacancies from time to time, whether it's a month or 2 months. And I think that will even out over time, but right now, we're not fully staffed, so.
And one other thing we had talked about was the overtime. So when we're tracking it and we see that overtime is ramping up, we'll know that it's gonna be an issue.
Plus, the overtime's been costing us more anyway, than that part-time expense, so we've long depleted that long ago.
Right now, I'm looking at the cotton board funding to declare that as an expense. And, I think it needs to be declared. You don't need to wait for anything. I think we need to accept that as what it is, there's a morale issue there as well. So we need to know, they need to know that we're supporting them in this effort here, because they're putting in 12 hours a day. And, and I agree with you, how you gonna run 5 people at 365 days a year, it's not gonna work that way. It
That's
just
why
doesn't.
there's such a huge expense for the county, for the locality, for dispatch salaries, is because I need another 5 positions. I mean, and quite frankly, they all work in one room. One gets sick, it's like the domino effect, so, and that's where you're supposed to be able to rely on your part-time people. But they have a knowledge that it's not like we can pull a deputy in there to do their job, like, we have to have them.
I agree with Mr. Dawes that we should include the 10,127 figure to get all dispatchers to the 9%. And is that 10,127 figure in this budget?
It is not in this budget, but I'm putting it in right now because it'll impact FICA as well.
I don't want to keep beating this horse, but what would be involved in, if you were to, just from a management information, it's hard for me to make a decision if I don't have information or the facts. And so what would be involved in trying to determine what a regional dispatch system would cost? Would we go with Essex and Middlesex? Would we piggyback on our radio system that we're developing now, or how would that work?
We would need to connect with other Harris radio users. And right now, our backup center, once the Harris system is up and running, is gonna be King and Queen. So if something, say disaster struck in Matthews County and took out our dispatch center, then our dispatchers will be going to work in King and Queen, and that will be where they go. Which is an hour ride from here.
And who's part of that? Is Middlesex going to be part of that system as well?
They use Harris, but they're a little bit different, I don't know the arrangement.
They're not part of the regional radio.
Yeah.
They are advocating for the regional radio system. As I said through that meeting, as I said, they are advocating that, but they want that regional system in that Middlesex County.
In control by
And,
sheriff.
total control. So, you know, part of that, yes. So, I mean, if it was fair and equitable across the board, but the thing is, it's not gonna be fair and equitable, there's no way. And, that from what I'm looking at in this regional center, so, and unless it would be fair and equitable, then it just doesn't, it's not gonna equate to where we wanna go with. It's actually, in my opinion, gonna cost us more in the long run.
Plus, you're looking at different management styles, you know, with different agencies too, and how they're run.
Anything further on the sheriff's budget or 911? We can move forward. Thank you, Sheriff.
Do the total for the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department is at $2,116,300, 119.
And dispatch is 880.
Just
And
added in.
dispatchers is at 908,988,
Is that for the 10, just with that 10,000 ad
and the 500.
and the FICA, so it all.
What's the total number with the FICA?
Say that again?
No, I'm talking about with the 10,127, if you add the FICA in, 7.65%, what is your number coming up to there?
The 10,000 plus. I gotta separate it back. Okay.
7% off 10,000.
7.65. I know, I'm gonna pick it on roughly. Yeah, I can see it. I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm just gonna. From the best process. I mean, I'll do it later. I'll figure
I
it
just
out.
added an extra zero in there. It didn't look right. 10,902.
10,092,
Keep going. Okay.
902.
That's fine.
So that brings us up to,
Yeah, the FICA will be 707.
so is it, we're just, we're still at about $899,000, almost $900,000 for dispatch.
908,988.
Right, so a total of about $3 million for those two departments. Whew,
It's not cheap.
but it's first responders and safety.
That comes first.
Yeah.
Safety is expensive.
So Ramona, you said it with FICA, it's almost $11,000,
Right.
but the figure increased by $20,000. It went from 888 to 908.
Did you say 9?
908.
No,
You said, I heard you say 908, 988, 908,000,
Plus.
$980. And we're at 888,734, so that's a $20,000 increase, but only 11,000 of it is pay plus FICA, is the 9% plus FICA.
that must be a typo.
So,
898,661.
Exactly.
and I'm changing this on the fly, so it's changing what the number was before.
I understand.
So what was the number for draft number 4?
The-
Before.
Oh, 894, 184.
No,
No, that's
No,
right.
that's draft 2.
round 2 is 888.
734.
So that's why you're fine, yeah. So your salaries and wages reflect your vote,
Plus 1027, that's not counting the FICA.
right?
Okay, so
Which is $700.
Yeah, 89, 636.
And the FICA number is wrong. And the FICA number is 908,988. should be 898,861, the FICA calculation.
What's the number?
898,861. But that's, yeah,
That can't be right.
No, what's wrong with your score?
She said-
Second, 7
Yeah, that
points.
can't be right, because you added 10,127 before you add FICA, which should be another $700 plus dollars. No, 700. So 7, so you should be adding like 1099 to that, so it should be about 899, something.
636.
So what I come up with is 899,636.
That's about right.
So I think that's a good number to leave at right now.
That's fine.
Ms. Wilson has some time after we're done today.
what was the number?
899, 636.
899,
Yeah.
By the time you close.
639, 635.
630.
And that's
So
all.
636, yeah.
That way you can have some time later to.
Thank you. All right, the next department that had changes was emergency management. We changed the machinery and equipment from 6,500 to 5,000. That was the only change in equipment. Any questions on that one? All right, the next department of changes was building official and Board of Building Appeals. We changed the maintenance service agreements from 1,500 to 1,000. And we changed the dues and memberships from 800 to 500. No other changes. Any questions on that one? All right, the next department is animal control. We reduced travel, lodging from 1,000 to 500, and we reduced travel, conventions, and education from 2,000 to 1,000. And mostly this is because they do have to do some continuing education, but a lot of this cost in the last couple of years was getting the current staff all of their certifications. And then we changed office supplies from 800 to 500 based on that they only used 246 in FY24. And then we changed police supplies from 1,000 to 800. They have used $33 in FY24. So that changed the overall budget from $210,028 to $208,028.
Ms. Wilson, the new contract with the Humane Society, is that reflected in here?
It
So
is,
those costs are included?
yes,
Because that's a bump.
that was in the original request, yeah.
Yeah, but I was
It's,
just looking, I was just comparing fiscal year 24 to,
yeah, it's actually line item, it's 3,100 professional services kennel per diem. She added $12,000 in there.
okay,
That wasn't in previous years.
gotcha.
I will say that Misty and I were looking at that line the other day, just based off our first couple billings, and we are a little concerned that that might be under.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be low. But that's the only number we have.
Yeah.
In that contract, I think the owners of the animals are supposed to pick up. We only get it when they don't come get their animals or
Yeah,
something.
they're supposed to pay for the kennel maintenance. Some will, the Humane Society may release them based on court case, and we try to get restitution, which doesn't always. Any questions on animal control? All The next item that changes. Was the library. And I think Ms. Betty is here and she would like to address the funding that we get from the state and that the calculation for that funding depends on how much the county puts in. So our funding may be less. Ms. Betty, do you want to come and speak?
If one looks at the, code 41.1-48.
Ms. Betty, can you pull that microphone closer to you? Thank you.
If one looks at the Virginia Code 41.1-48, you will see that 40% of every local dollar expended by the political subdivision is matched by the Library of Virginia, which in this proposed budget, the Library of Virginia has indicated that we will be receiving $156,000. And in addition to that percentage, we get 30 cents for the first 600,000 that we serve. Currently, the library serves 11,137 people. We work 7 days a week. We have a staff of 5. And so 40%, if this budget is reduced, and we reduce, that 40% gets reduced. And the 82,000 that you have indicated as a cut in the library budget is not sustainable.
Just for clarification, you said you have a staff of 5?
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yes, sir. We have a director. I have more than that. I have director, I have 3 full-time and 4 part-time. Yes, I have more than that.
How many, just so I'm clear, Mr. Dillon, how many full-time employees do you have?
How many full-time? I have my job plus 3.
So that's 4 full-time and 5 part-time.
Right.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Ms. Betty, I have it budgeted that you have 6 full-time, including you.
I don't have 6 full-time.
And then, well, we have budgeted 6 full-time, and then we have budgeted 3 part-time.
That's incorrect.
I have the August payroll here, which may be wrong, because it's August.
Okay.
But I have, just FYI, Greg, Ms. McKnight, Ms. Barnhart, Ms. Bunting, and Mark Donovan, plus you. Would be
Good.
6. So that's what I've got, and then you have the 3 part-time.
Right. That's correct.
Full-time,
That's
3
what I
part-time.
said.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm sorry.
I got you.
So let's make sure we understand it. So it's 6 full-time and 3 part-time. Thank you.
Employees.
No, 3 part-time. Yeah. So,
So, to Ms. Betty's point, if we reduce the library's budget by 82,000, that will be 32,000 that the
less,
state's gonna give less.
so your reduction's actually more. But you lose that revenue coming off the front.
So this is I'm coming up with a $63,000 reduction
But what are you reducing it from?
from the current current FY25 budget, 551,403. And then I deduct the 488,016, I come up with 63,387.
That's correct. So the FY25 approved would be what that 156,000 from the state is based on.
So,
Plus, as I also mentioned, plus, there is a per, there is a 30 cents per population, and there's also a mileage, so there are several other factors in addition to the 40%, but they're not significant from our perspective.
But those wouldn't So if we reduce the funding, that affects the 40%. It doesn't
Yeah,
affect the
that's correct.
per
That's
diem or
correct.
the.
That's, yes.
So the budget in fiscal year, 24 was $4,999,000. And we are suggesting that she go down to 489.
I was gonna say, you're off.
$499,000, and we're suggesting she goes down to 488,000.
So that the reduction that we would get from the state based on what we're proposing is $25,200
Right,
less.
so that's even, has more of an impact. I poured over this budget, and I think we identified early on that we had in the budget, we had put the part-time people in at a full amount, so we reduced it then. We could probably, and right now we've gone from, in fiscal year 24, you had $35,000 in part-time wages, and we're saying, we proposed at the most recent would be 50,000, so that's a possible reduction there. But to come down, let's see, and I'm comparing 400 fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 20, a proposal for fiscal year 26.
Mm-hmm.
Because I tend to want to work with actuals as opposed to budget. So I do see some opportunities, but I'm not sure if it's $100,000 plus. Because that's what we're going from 488,000 to 499,000. I mean, from 499,000, I mean, 11,000. So maybe it can be done, but I'm not sure where. Given what I'm looking at.
It's interesting, in library service, and of course, technology has made a great difference. But, if you look at the budget, we currently now, check out more books electronically than we do in hard copy print. So when I look at the budget, one area that I see where I can make a reduction is in the cost of, actual hard copy material that comes in. That is nowhere near $82,000. We now serve, from a technology perspective, more than 50 groups a month come into the library to use the facilities that we have in terms of holding meetings, conducting various interviews. And so there is an increasing need for us to focus on how we are serving people within that environment. And that means that we have a database fee that is significant, and we're fortunate to have a person on staff, Greg Lewis, who is competent at technology. He recently converted at one of our meeting rooms into a totally electronically involved area so that people could do more business. He did it all on his own without any outside assistance. So,
But Ms. Delahaye, you said you had about 50 businesses that come in there annually?
a month.
A month?
A month.
A month?
A month. 50 different organizations, government, non-government, personal, business, who come in and use the facility and the resources a month.
And if you just said that off the top of your head, somebody's translated into revenue to this county. Huh?
Right, you mean do the mid.
No, I'm talking about in their prospective meeting, they come in here to have these meetings, but but they have to go to lunch, they do things like that, and they expend their money here, right?
Yes,
Okay, that's what we want to thank you.
yes, absolutely.
Ms. Delahaye, I know this is not gonna be popular, but we're in a budget crisis.
I understand.
We originally cut your budget by $112,000. We've now cut it back to $82,000. It's time to think outside the box. So it may even be prudent for our library to shut down a day or two a week. For instance, Sunday and Monday, Around here in Matthews County, most everything's closed on Monday. Again, ma'am, it's just time to start thinking outside of the box. At $596,000, at $551,000 in fiscal year 25. I mean,
I'm looking,
we
I'm
have
sorry.
to do something. We have to do something.
You talked about the fact that we open 7 days. The way that the library is open 7 days a week is that the staff members don't get any more money by doing that. The full-time staff members work on Saturday and Sunday, and that's part of their day. The part-time people, if they work on Saturday and Sunday, they don't work a part of the day during the week. So has been worked into the schedule. They're not increasing time by being open extra time.
So again, I would simply say to you, we need to cut your budget. It doesn't, to the best of my knowledge, this is my 4th budget year. The library has never been cut under my tenure. I can't tell you what happened before. Under my tenure, it's never been cut. I think we have talked about what, a 10-cent tax increase? Is that what we talked about?
That's what we advertised for the public.
Okay, well, I don't mind telling anybody, I'm not in favor of that. But again, Ms. Betty, our library is second to none. But it's time that we have to start cutting budgets. And unfortunately, this year, I am in favor of that $488,000. Now, I can't tell you where to cut it. That's gonna be totally up to you. I don't know if you're gonna close down, if you're gonna cut wages, I don't know how you're gonna do it, but we have got to get that library budget under control.
Well, my point is, and that's why I'm here, I wanted to make certain that it was clear that what we invest in the library is what the Library of Virginia uses to determine how they give us $156,000, which is what we're going to get. And if we reduce our budget, then we reduce that amount. So whether we're gaining or losing in that respect, I don't know. If we lose state money, then it doesn't do us any good to reduce the budget because we lost money.
I hear what you're saying, but, again, we've got to do something up here as a board, and reducing the budget to the library, in my opinion, is one thing that we have to do. I hate to be harsh. Again, like Janice, I'm gonna lose friends, but that's okay. I am charged with keeping this county solid with as little bit of a tax increase as is there. So unfortunately, everybody's taking hits. The library's gonna have to take a hit as well.
This is, gonna go back to something I mentioned earlier. If we can somehow put some revenue or an agreement in place that if we get rid of that property up at the high school in fiscal year 26, can we come back and use some of that revenue to replace some of the things we're cutting?
That's a legal question. As far as making a promise to something.
I hear you.
I mean, if the revenue stream comes back into the county, we have to look down the road at next year as well on what the increases are gonna be. And I'm gonna go back to what I said. The cost of government continues to outpace what the people are earning. When everybody realizes that's the situation that we have, we'd be a whole lot better off. And we are real estate based. Our real estate taxes pay most of the bills around here. And we have got to, in my plan, I would love to reduce the lot sizes so we can get some more homes in here to increase our real estate. That's the only option that we have. We don't have anything else now. We've got some good people that are working on things to try to bring some businesses to the county. And I spoke to one of them yesterday, and I'm hoping that some of this will play. But right now, as we stand, we have to take a look, at everything that we have, because it was not only a tax increase that the people of this county have endured, they've endured a very large homeowners insurance increase on their property. And that's due to natural catastrophes and then fires out in California and things of that nature. Okay, and how much are we gonna ask the citizens here to step up? That's the question. That's why every dollar right now counts, every dollar. And this hurts my feelings to even have to think about this, but the rising costs just keep going and going and going, and it's outpacing what people earn. That's the simple facts of it.
Janice, I'm certainly in favor of trying to sell or to have someone develop 7 acres or so that's beside the high school for municipal, for housing. It has sewer, so, and if we were to get municipal water, that might make a difference, but you can still put in a community well if you want to have rather than individual wells. But it has sewer. Getting the lot size down so we could get some townhouses, something, because you don't have to have a well separated from your septic system. So we don't need the larger lots that typically we have to have here. So I'm certainly in favor of changing our zoning, changing the comprehensive plan for that piece of property and find others that may be suitable. I think that's something we need to do for sure. But that piece of property is a capital asset, and to sell a capital asset and take the money towards operating expense, that's not a good plan, long-range plan for sure.
I agree with that, and when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking more of as we get into the maintenance of the schools and some of that, perhaps some of that money that's in that budget is more one time, or not an annual amount, it may be, I'm sure Mr. Tillage would like it to be considered as an annual thing, but that's why I'm thinking that perhaps that couple $100,000 in that budget might be more of a, almost like capital expenditure.
Well, if there's savings, if through the capital improvements to the library, the lighting, the HVAC, if that happens to reduce the operating expense, then yes, that savings, that would be fine with that going to staff. And it's my understanding that on a per building basis, the library is our most expensive cost center from an operating standpoint in the county, based upon the equipment. It has nothing to do with the staff. We're talking about the equipment, the lighting, the HVAC. They need to be replaced. That's what we've identified a lot of problems in the schools that have where maintenance is needed. The library is one major area too, and if we can replace just the lighting with LED lighting, that's gonna be a significant savings. And we're looking at the HVAC system, and the study by Schneider identified some of those cost savings. So we're getting ready to address that in the library, and down the road, maybe even in fiscal year 26, that may create some cost savings that could then go towards staff. But we have to, as a board, we have to get a good handle on our expenses, and we have to let the different departments and agencies, we have to have them try to develop a longer range plan so we can see where we are, and we're getting ready to talk about schools, and of course that's our biggest expense, and that's going to be a huge factor in the school system. Is what is a long range plan for staffing and for the schools? We probably need to pay a consultant to help us develop a plan to consolidate the schools. But then we need the school board to address what the staffing needs to be. So I'm getting off subject, but that's something we hopefully we can address today to some extent when it gets to the schools.
Well, speaking of staff numbers, yeah, actually, the point I was trying to make is that closing the library, a day or a weekend would not allow us to reduce the staff because of the variety of services that we offer. We have teens, we have youth, we have adults. And so it's structured now to work on a 7-day, but that doesn't increase the cost of personnel because we do that. Those numbers, the only way you would reduce it would be if you were to take full-time staff and make them part-time. And quite honestly, they have worked very hard and they continue to. The services that we offer are equally acceptable and needed 7 days a week. And that's why we stress ourselves and we do that. Again, the resources that I see that are possible to reduce would be in the materials budget. That's not gonna get us to 82,000. And what we lose with the 82, what we lose in state funding, we may not gain back our savings of 82,000. I just hope you consider that.
Any more?
Ms. Wilson?
Question. There's a line item in here where I believe it was grant funded in the past. It's like a $28,000. Is there any opportunity for getting grants for those services again?
That's Wi-Fi.
Yes, we get E-rate. That is one of the things, that has, we just received word that we will be receiving E-rate for the funding for the services that we do. You know, we now check out the Wi-Fi, which is, you have no idea how significant that is to county citizens because they have, we provide a means for them to have internet access. And that is about roughly around, I think, actually about $2,000 a month. So that's a service that you don't ordinarily think of when you think of a library. But if you have an individual who comes in there and says, my job depends on having this Wi-Fi unit, then we're there to provide that. We have 50 units that we check out, and they're usually all gone on a given day. So they are services that you don't necessarily think of. The world of the library is not one where people walk in there and check their books and walk away. It's much more involved than that. And it takes a skill set that has been developed at the library that I'm proud of.
We know that our library is probably, really is obviously the best library in the region, and maybe, and we already proved that years ago when they got the award for top 10 in the nation for a rural library. And if you walk in that library on any day, at any time, you're going to see a variety of people using a variety of services. It truly is a gem, and it's not cheap. So, and I know that there are some opportunities to cut.
And I will look for them.
I trust you will.
To match 82,000 is right now more than I can fathom.
I understand.
Thank you. Neil, you know,
Betty, I'd just like to echo what Janice has said. That library is a gem. You've done a wonderful job there, and I know this is a difficult adjustment to try to resolve and absorb. But once you take a stab at it,
I'm going to.
and we may revisit this ourselves.
Okay.
We're trying to work through the budget. We found some other money, we have some more expenses. And we have to be mindful of how much money tax increase we place upon the citizens. So
I will make an extra hard effort to identify where there are cuts that can be made, and I promise you, I will do that and let you know what they are, I think they are.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This was the next.
All right, the next department with changes is community development, local and regional economic development. Code is 81500. We changed the Matthews Visitor and Information Center Director support. She had requested an increase from 24,000 to 36,000, and we bumped it back to 28,000.
Which page is it
Hey, Jacob.
We skipped over
on?
17.
You skipped over.
Community development plan and zoning. Had a line
So,
item
yeah,
there.
there was one line item there that we changed, professional services, we changed from 21,100 to 19,000, and that's based on 24 actuals. And then, the McVick salaries, direct salary support, now that isn't her entire salary, that was just decreasing the support that we pay. And that is funded directly from the lodging tax. Any questions on that one? The next one is Virginia Tech Cooperative Extension Services, 83,200. We just made minor corrections to a couple, reductions to a couple items, 5540 travel and conventions and education. We changed it from 1810 to 1,000, and that was based on FY24 actuals. And then we also reduced the Jamestown 4-H Center contribution. In FY24, it was 1,400, and so we reduced it back to that 1,400. And then we changed educational and recreational supplies. She used $254 in FY24, so we reduced that from 2,000 to 1,000.
Lauren, if we go back to the previous page, show the reduction to the base school line item 50, it's near the top of page 18, 5697, base school contribution, we reduced it. Looks like they requested 15,000.
This is actually a pass-through grant, and we are required to give $4,500 minimum to match the $4,500 we get from them. In the past, we gave them $5,000, it was just a set amount, but we're only required to match $4,500. So I just put the $4,500 in there, and we put their $4,500 on the revenue side.
So it's a zero net. So the county doesn't get the base, in this budget, it's the base school, nothing?
No, we have to match theirs. We give them $4,500, the state gives them $4,500.
So
So it's a total $15,000 or $10,000.
Or 9,000.
9,000.
And then the visitor center, that comes out of the tourism dollars.
Yeah, lodging tax.
So we have reduced that from 36,000 to 28,000. What is the total amount of lodging tax, the 3% that goes to tourism? What is that?
It's at the very top of your revenues. Let's see what page that is.
3%. 100. 103, 316, I think is your 3%.
Yes.
So are we spending that each year?
Yeah, we have to put it towards things like signs and upgrades to port fund, anything that would market or bring tourism dollars.
I understand that. I just want to know if we are spending that 103,000, because we're required to spend it on tourism by state law.
Correct.
And
Yeah, we have been spending it. But to your point, if we reduce the McVick's salary, we've got to spend them somewhere else on tourism.
Well, and I wonder, I just question reducing the McVick salary by $12,000. And what,
We've actually increased it by 6 over fiscal year 24. We reduced from their ask.
right,
We reduced from their ask, but we didn't reduce the amount of money that we've given, we actually increased it. Correct?
yes, but 4,000 over 2 years. This money is not taxpayer money. It's not coming out of the general fund, so it doesn't affect the tax rate. I'm just wondering where, and we'll talk about this later. I just wonder where else we're spending that $103,000.
I have been of the opinion that we need to keep it at 36,000.
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
That was my opinion.
Well, this is not taxpayer money.
I hear what you're saying, but, I know that, and I'm just wondering where we do classify tourism dollars. And, I know it's signs that we use for the beaches and so forth, and very frankly, you could classify a lot of things as tourism dollars.
I mean, some of the repairs to the docks and maintenance.
You could classify a lot of things as tourism dollars, and I just think that we wouldn't have any trouble coming up with the $103,000 if we go through the budget and identify it. But right now, it's not that it's not taxpayer money, it's revenues and how it's distributed among the cost. I mean, that's all.
$12,000, I think Tim can do a lot with that on docks.
Well, we're not gonna get to the bottom of this today, but I just think that the visitor center does very important work. We don't have, that's the only type of visitor center we have, particularly during the summer months. That place is very busy. You walk in there, there's people from out of town that are coming in there asking information and directions, and I just hate to think, and they're probably gonna spend a whole lot more than $12,000 in the county, the tourists. And I'm not, so I just wanna see get the biggest bang for the buck. And I'm questioning, I think it's visitor center is so important. And I think we'll get our biggest bang for the buck out of that, as opposed to maybe signs somewhere. So I don't know we don't know where the other other $70,000 is being spent. But we just need to take a look at it. It's not gonna affect the budget. We'll just figure that out.
The same could be said for preschool too, the number of people who come and take classes. So
All right, so with that being said, then, this is an earmark for tourism. We do need to know where this money is being spent. And the other thing is how much would it equate over there? Is any dollars going over to the library having that tourism? Okay? All right, so in my way of thinking, if the library is promoting some of this tourism over there, and we can substantiate for it, and that's what it's earmarked for, then some of that money can go back over there. That's the only place we can spend this money, is on tourism. It comes into the coffer, it's earmarked for that purpose and that purpose only. Maintenance things, in my opinion, we need to take a look at that as maintaining a dock or something like that needs to come in as one of the capital expense to maintain that. So.
Should we want to add that back in, the 8,000, or we leave it like?
Well, I'd like to know where the $103,000 for dollars actually going. And then we can take a look at it, in my opinion, and then if some things that are not that are not necessary, I think we can go back to that.
Okay, we're supposed to get
that for us at a later date.
Ms. Wilson, can we, I don't want Mr. Tillage to feel left out. So can we go back to maintenance for the schools and maintenance for the county? Pages 14 and 15.
I think we just skipped over because no changes had been made from draft 3 to draft 4.
I know,
Yeah.
I know.
If you have questions for it.
Well, here's my issue. I struggle with this. So the county has, and the school board has, they work together to come up with a memorandum of understanding, saying that we're going to, the county would like to help with the maintenance of the schools. And so during the budget process, Dr. Daniels identified, I think, $980,000 maybe. I think, I can't remember the exact number, but in that ballpark, that he identified as to be transferred to the school. So that $900,000 to the county. So that $900,000 came out of the school budget to go to the county budget. So then we get the county budget, and the county budget for the school maintenance is $1 million. Now it's $1.5 million. So essentially, the county has taken up the school's budget, and they said it was $980,000. And now we're at $1.5 million. So that makes you go, wow. We know that the maintenance has been neglected for years. So that $600,000 more, that's going to cost us in fiscal year 26. Mr. Tillage is going to have a budget of $205 million between the county and the schools. I know he's gone through it. He has called his numbers and so forth. And I know that we don't want to kick this maintenance can down the road. I've asked the question, and I wonder, is this $1.5 million going to be ongoing every year? It will be. So we are looking at, as a county, $2,500,000 every year in maintenance. Okay. That being said, I struggle, and I think we have to understand, and the citizens need to hear that maintenance that came out of the school budget, which is $967,000. When if it's done right, it's $1.5 million. $600,000 or $230, a big increase. This is a big one. A big one for me and a big one for the community, because $600,000, I put 3 cents on the tax thing. And I know that we are behind, and boards, ACs, everything, but so I can't make a recommendation for a cut, although I had hoped there would be some, and I know you've already reduced it from what Mr. Tillage asked for, because he asked for $1.7 million, almost $1.8 million in fact. So, that translates to a significant increase in our county budget.
I spoke to Mr. Tillage last week, and to get it down to better understand the 1.5 million, what I did is I asked him if there was any identifiables in there as far as a wish list goes. I asked for just the general maintenance. He's reviewed the Dominion Power bills, and we're looking at ways down the road to cut the expenditures to the power. But a lot of people think when it's maintenance, they think it's just maintenance driven. No, maintenance is including the fuel cost, the power that it takes to run the schools. That falls under that maintenance budget. And so when I spoke to him the other day, I was interested to find out from him, if we only had to maintain the schools, just maintenance, no wish list, you don't go in and do anything, just the general maintenance of the schools each year. And I think he said he was sharpening his pencil and working on some things, but I'd be really interested to hear what he's got to say about that.
Good, I didn't want you to be left out, Mr. Tillage.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Good morning. I'm gonna start with the salaries. These will be FY24 numbers, so if you wanna write them down, or be willing to sit down with any of you at any point. First, we have salaries for the two positions, they're at 166,108. That includes all benefits. The next one is what we cut back $100,000, which is repairs and maintenance, would be purchase services, HVAC, fire systems, center hydro, generators, etc. That total for FY24 was $312,018.43.
Mr. Tillage, I
Yes.
interrupt you. Whenever you're going down through your budget, could you give me a line that you're talking about?
So right now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you all the numbers that I have for FY24, that are actual numbers. Mr. Walls, and then I will come back and address those individual line items after. Because of that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So the next one is, I'm sorry, I was on that line item for the one that was cut. The next is the contractual services. That also in FY24 was $464,326. The next is the Dominion for FY24. The actuals from Dominion for FY24 is $378,478.50. Just keep in mind that that was prior to football being brought back. So those numbers for FY25 will be higher. That also is only a couple of games played at home. So if a full football schedule were to be played at home, that would increase over $400,000 in that line item. The next line item that was.
Mr. Tillage,
Sure.
I'm sorry, just
No,
to
you're
stop you right there at that point there.
Yeah.
That would not be with any football boosters money or anything. That would just be if you had to straight fund that situation.
Correct, that is correct.
Thank
you. The next line item, of course, would be for the fuel, oil, gas, propane gas. The actuals for just propane and fuel oil for FY24 is $176,841.84. Does not include any gas for lawn care, vehicles, or any power equipment.
What was that figure again?
$176,841.84. Yes, sir.
Tim, if I recall, Snyder was recommending that we convert the oil boilers to propane.
Right, this is not addressing that at all. This is just saying what I'm gonna need for current FY25. FY26, I'm sorry.
And they indicated, I understand, they recommended that because it would lower the fuel costs.
It will. But that would be through CIP process, we would have to ask for that equipment.
I understand that.
Unless the board, allocates some money for that.
Well, this CIP money you're talking about is what we'd be using bonds for, these improvements. And for example, and you can tell us better, but oil boiler, if we didn't convert it to propane, when's the end of life of that oil boiler? We're gonna have to replace it sooner or later, no matter what, aren't we?
Well, some of them, the burners have already been replaced, but at the high school, for example, they have a completely new boiler system altogether there. So it would be converting the heads of the boilers to be able to use propane versus fuel oil, yes.
Let me just clarify that point. We're dealing with right now actual costs before these systems are in place. And that's what I have to look at is how long is it gonna take the wheels of government to get that in place? I can't go on whether we're gonna save some money right now. Once those systems are in place, great. If we save some money in the long run, the long range will reduce its cost. But right now, we're still on this fuel oil and we're gonna consume that until that time comes. And so I'd rather have that number in the worst case scenario, and then hopefully we can throttle back when the time comes.
Yes, sir. So next I have leases and rentals. I asked for $15,000. The actuals for FY24 is $34,432.14. And the next line item is miscellaneous expenses for FY24 is $27,769.09. That's $1,559,974 just for FY24
So that was at
in actuals.
24 actual.
What's that
figure
figure
again, $1,559,974. Now, Mr. Walsh, we'll go to your categories. The salaries and wages for part-time, I added that in to have help at the schools on lawn care. That's $35,963. That's a part-time position.
I thought we weren't doing the lawn care.
If we don't, the school's gonna do it, and it's gonna be a full-time position, they're gonna have to ask for it, they have to have someone to do lawn care. And I'm trying to save the county $20,000+ by having someone part-time.
At our last leadership, I believe this wasn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but this was discussed, and they're gonna pick up part of the cost. We pick up part of the cost, and it saved the county about 20 to 25,000 per room.
Correct.
Would you give me that bottom line figure again you had? Thank you.
Yes, sir, $1,559,974, FY24 actuals. Then next is professional services. This would be, in case like Servpro or something like that had to come in case of, water spills or some kind of, unforeseen circumstances. That's $5,000. The next is the vehicle maintenance.
Excuse me, Mr. Tillage, wouldn't that, if we had to have Servpro come in and fall under our insurance to be reimbursed?
Probably where we might need, it's some kind of professional services we might need. It's
Well,
only
it should just, there's
$5,000.
probably, there's probably a deductible there, but there's probably some savings of some sort there to
Yes.
the insurance.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Vehicle maintenance, Verizon, vehicle insurance, travel, lodging, education courses, training, etc. So for, mold, asbestos classes, office supplies in general, power equipment supplies, wearing apparel, equipment and tools, fencing and playground, and cafeterias. That equates to $134,000. So if you add that in the part-time position, you're at $1,779,937, which is not too far off my original $1,790,071.
What's the new number?
$1,779,937.
So the big disparity, I guess, is the 980,000 that Dr. Daniel identified versus what you identified as $1,000,005, and then of course the extra with it would be a well-run maintenance department.
And don't forget too, they kept that other money originally for raises or what, it was something along that line, I can't remember exactly, but. I'll take any questions anyone
So
has.
if I understand what you're saying is, in order to just pay the based off of the actuals, you need the 1.559. But in order to start any progress with preventive maintenance or anything of that nature, you need the 1.779. Is that the way I understand it?
Correct. And also, just, to be clear, that these are FY24 numbers.
The board members, that's it, about the right number, once you figure in the local composite index of where the state says we ought to be. If you look at that number, okay, 9.1 million, you take off the difference of this 7937, and we're pretty close to that that 8.7 figure where the state says we're supposed to be.
I'm gonna just say it again, state funding does not fund the school system.
Well, I'm sorry for you, but that's what
know.
I got to go by, and that's what my citizens are taking a look at. If the state Board of Education is handing down these numbers, then if they have a problem up there, who's going to address it with them?
Well, that's why it has to happen, because no school system is operating on those numbers.
Excuse me, I believe that Norfolk City is shutting down 10 for lack of enrollment, so they're operating on some numbers.
They haven't done it yet.
Well, they're going to,
I know.
trust me, they don't have any choice.
I think we don't have a choice either. We're gonna have to consolidate. And it needs to be done. I agree 100%.
Listen, I'm not trying to, all I'm saying is these are the numbers that have been handed down to us to work with, okay? And we're the Board of Supervisors, okay? We have the county to be concerned about, the whole county as a whole. Everybody in this county, whether it be child, young adult, old adult, we got everybody that we're responsible for. And all I can say is the state is coming up with these numbers from somewhere. Okay, now I tried to get in the weeds with the man up there at the finance department at the Department of Education. I called him. And then when he came back to me, he said, well, Mr. Jones, he said, yes, 5.9 is what we're handing down, but not all of that is subject to local composite index. Now, I've asked the superintendent of school to give me them figures, and of course, vacancy hit day, but anyway, that's where I'm at with this thing. And I would like to know the numbers because I'm like Mr. Bowman now, I gotta have that information. What part of that 5.9 is not subject to the local composite index match that we have to come up with? And I need those numbers, okay? To be fair to the citizens, even if we fund the school at a higher rate, that's fine. But to be fair to the citizens, they need to know what number that comes in at as what we're responsible for.
I think this is, I've said this before, we worked very hard with the school board to try to establish a good working relationship. This is not a reflection of what they've done or what we've done. This is a reflection of 20 years or more of neglect of the school system. Of 20 years or more of the school system neglect. So their original request was 10.2, and we were looking at 9.1, which is a reduction of 1.1 to the school system. If you add back in, if you start with the 10.2, which they've requested, and you add in the 989 or 980 that they supposedly the county's keeping, it's not in their request. We're now 11 point something if they were continuing with maintenance. The school systems had about 1.7 million in their maintenance line item, which their maintenance line item covers a lot. It covers custodial staff, covers a variety. But it's very obvious that nothing's been done up there with preventive maintenance. And that's why we're here right now. If with preventive maintenance and the buildings or facilities would have been taken care of like they should have been taken care of over the years, we wouldn't have a need right now to add a $1.5 or $1.7 million section in our operating budget for the county. But we're at a point in my mind that we either stop and just keep things as they've been going until they break, and we just pay the astronomical amounts to fix it. And we can reduce our budget by 1.5 million easily. We just don't do the maintenance at the school system. But then when a $1 million project breaks or a $2 million ticket breaks, then everybody's upset about why we should have, we're not good stewards of the money is what I'm trying to say. This is a position that nobody wants to be in, including the 5 of us. We do not want to be in this position, but it's our position that we're in. And we're working with the schools to try to make this better. Unfortunately, I don't see a way around it without this 1.5 or 1.7 for us to start. And this is just the beginning. This doesn't even address even the major repairs. Mr. Tillers just told everybody, this is just to get us by. It's pretty sad that we're in this position, but we're in this position for about 20 years of neglect at the school system. So That's just wrong.
Mr. Tillage, I have a question for you. Do you have a television in your office?
No, sir.
Is there not a television over there in the maintenance office right there at the school?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Jim, I have a question for you. So the budget, as I just wrote it down, would be $1,780,000. From all of the meetings you've attended, what has the school offered back for us to the county to take over the almost $8 million repairs to the facilities?
I believe that it was at 980,000, but if I understand right, they were kind of gonna keep 600,000, roughly 500, whatever it is. I can't remember right off the top of my head because I don't have those numbers, but that was for potential salary increases or positions or whatever. And Dr. Daniel and I have been working very closely on trying to figure out, making sure that I'm not covering anything in what I have and he still has on his books as well. So,
Okay, I
I believe it would
believe,
have been 1.4 million.
if I recall, they were gonna maintain, custodial staff,
Correct, and their supplies for custody.
563,000, I believe, 568, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yes.
So to reiterate, we're taking over what you feel like is $1.8 million. And we've been offered 980,000.
Correct.
Those numbers don't add up.
That won't even hardly keep the lights on over there.
So it's just to make sure I understand, this does not include any repairs correctly then? Correct?
Correct, I would have to come to you for in the CIP process, or if the board decides to pull bonds for improvements of the school.
As I said in the beginning, I had asked him just for strictly just a maintenance cost to keep the facilities in operation.
Tim, to get back to the future improvements, if I recall correctly, it's no final decision's been made, but we're looking at about a $3 million capital improvement based upon what Snyder has come up with, somewhere in that ballpark. And then that doesn't even address school consolidation and what we may want to do in that regard, which could be I've heard everything from 5 million to 15 million. So let's talk about the first 3 million. The maintenance that you wanted to get started on as soon as possible. The LEDs and the lights in the high school and all the schools. Is that part of that $3 million project?
So we already have $75,000 earmarked for LED lighting for capital improvement this summer, starting July 1st. We just did some improvements at the cafeteria, the kitchen, and 3 hallways, all at the elementary school. And that cost is going to be about $18,000 for that improvement that we did. So I feel pretty good about the $75,000 that's there, getting probably the elementary school completed totally with LED lighting. So that would be potentially savings right off the bat from Dominion. The HVAC on top of the multi-purpose room could be fitted for heat pump, which is not much more expensive energy-wise than using a fuel oil. That would reduce the boiler at Thomas Hunter Middle School altogether because it only services that multi-purpose room and a couple of those small little offices. And that is about $65,000 to complete that. So you're talking about potentially wiping out maybe a quarter of the fuel oil usage when that gets complete. So there are little things that we have planned for this summer that I'm not gonna ask money from the board for, but at some point, I would definitely like to come up with some figures for the board for energy savings, over the next 3 years. That would make a difference.
Board member, Mr. Bowen, since you brought that up, this Snyder, I think at some point we need to have a discussion, and I know this is a work session, but we need to have a discussion in reference to Snyder. I think that, Mr. Wilson, the dollar amount is 40,000, if we want to just, that's what we're on the hook for, we have to pay for their plan. Board members, I think that's the direction that I think we should go, and let Mr. Tillage use that plan to save us some funds that way.
The only disadvantage would be that if we didn't actually realize the savings that they projected, they would make up the difference. That's the only thing we would lose, correct?
Correct, and I do think that Mr. Tillage will be able to get the work completed at a significantly reduced price.
And to your point, they always underestimate that, to be cautious, so I think if Tim does it, he'll get more.
I've also understand that if you change anything from the time that they did it, like if you have one more football game and the plan had done, of course, they will have an opportunity to opt out. So yeah, I can see that very much.
There's one other thing here. So we're looking at $3 million, okay?
As opposed to 4.
Opposed to 4, but what you would do in that sense is we don't want to absorb the $3 million in debt service right off the bat. So what we would do is put together a plan for rehabilitation over a period of 3 to 4 years. Pick up the debt service that way. That way, you're not going to absorb everything all at one time. And you're only adding to your debt, you're not adding to your debt service all at one time.
And that, and the SNAP plan, we don't pay that full.
Parts of it.
Yeah, I thought so.
And that's the other thing. So there'll be some savings there. That will give you, if you go in on a plan now and put together a good plan for this coming year, then it's a good indicator of about what you're going to spend in the coming years to reduce that $3 million deficit, to keep the cost down.
I see we've got 4 school board members here, and I think also, after reading the headlines about school systems, we're not the only ones looking at consolidation. I just think we can start moving forward with a plan, and I'll say, I think between the citizens, school board members, teachers, retired facility people, whatever, I think you could probably come up with a ballpark feel for what you need as far as space and so forth, and then talk to a expert, an architect, or someone who can actually look at the space and see how that can be configured and what needs to be done. It doesn't look like a music room, maybe sitting way off in the cafeterias. We know we need those things and want those things. We need to at least identify some possibilities. I walked through the elementary school the other day and sat down for them and looked at we're at 31 classrooms in the elementary school alone. Some of them right now are being used once used as an office. Some are empty. There's some spillover. So I think there's some opportunities at least to recognize that we can maybe shut down a hallway. You don't have to pay to keep it clean, reduce your usage and so forth. It's but we do need to move forward with this consolidation.
So to get first back to what Mr. Dawes said about Snyder, I'm in favor of canceling, or not, buying out their contract for $40,000, whatever the amount is, somewhere along that range. And having Tim Tillage use the funds to subcontract the work, do as much as he can, and then subcontract out the rest. For example, the lighting in the schools, I assume you're probably going to use electrical subcontractors for that, a big project like that. But let him decide that rather than Snyder decide that. So if you need that in the form of a motion, I so move.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Any further discussion? Ms. Green, could you take a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Bowman?
Aye.
Ms. Phillips?
Aye.
Mr. Walls?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Dawes?
Aye.
Once we finish this, can we maybe, since we do have so many school board members here, that's the elephant in the room when it comes to the budget. Can we maybe move on to them? And because it's already past 12.
You can.
Could I just make one more comment?
Yeah, I want to let you finish that first.
Yes, I would like to, get with Ramona also about how we proceed. It was RRNM Architects that came out, and that's their specialty. They do school consolidation or restructuring, to tell you what house spaces can be best used. And their estimate on presenting that entire package was like 30 to 35,000, if I remember correctly. So I highly recommend we move forward with something like that.
And what was the time frame on that, if you said yes?
It was 4 to 6 weeks, 4 to 6 months, something. Yeah, we'll get confirmation on that for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Wilson, who is next?
I think that moves us to, well, social services is before that, but we've already, I think, did that, so, yeah, schools will be next. So, and I did not make any changes to the school budget between draft three and draft four.
Just a little clarification. Mr. Doss mentioned it was 9,100,000, that we were funding 9,140,000.
48.
Isn't that 148 something for Medicaid or?
No, it's local, so it's like rent, tuition, local tuition, rebates and refunds, sale of buses, things like that come to us and we give it to them.
It comes to us, we give it to them, but it's passed through.
Yeah.
So essentially, our funding from the county is 9 million.
Yes. But in the general fund.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Let me just, so we're gonna start on school funding. Oh, I don't know if the school board is ready to discuss what this budget cut means to them. And I hope they are. I hope we can get some feedback, because this has been a very frustrating process for me. I'll just speak for myself. I would like to see the teachers get a 5% pay raise. I'd like to see the staff get a 3% pay raise. I think there has to be some parity between what the county employees receive and what the school employees receive. That's why I come back to a 3% pay raise. The health insurance plan, as I understand it, that the school has is much better than what the county has, and that I may be wrong about some of that. I may be wrong about the next statement, that the school is paying all of that, the majority of that. This is why I asked for the figures from the county, so we can do some apples to apples comparison. As a board of supervisors, we cannot tell the schools, we're gonna fund you for 3% and 5%, and this is what we want you to do. We just give them the big number, and then they decide how to spend it, how to allocate it. And that's a very, we have a tough job, but they have an equally tough job. They have every bit as tough a job as we do. I want to see school sports grow. I want to see us have a football program. That's a big part of the high school experience, is having athletics. And I think football is a huge part of that. But we've had much success in the past in our athletic programs. And I'll just mention the success in the track and field. And you saw what the results of the tennis team did. We don't want to curtail that at all. We're going to redo the tennis courts at the high school this summer after tennis season is over, after July 1. I think that's a $212,000 project, but we're going to resurface all the tennis courts. We're going to put new fencing up, going to have new nets, new painted surfaces. It's just going to be brand new all the way around. So we are trying to support these programs as best we can. And when we took basically a 10% cut, over $1 million cut to the school system, but when I voted in favor of that decision, I did not have a good idea as to what impact that's going to have on the school system. That, if they need to, we talk about school consolidation. Where is that consolidation going to take place? And my hope is that we can develop a plan that can be implemented in 1 or 2 years regarding school consolidation that we all agree on, and that we go through it in a methodical way, knowing that if we fund it at this level or this level, this is the result we're going to get. Right now, we cut the schools by $1 million, and I don't know what result we're going to get. I don't know what that means. Are we going to lose coaches? I understand the custodial staff may be replaced with contract services. I don't know. This is the detail that as a supervisor I would like to have, but I don't know if the school board's there yet or not. This is where I want us to get to. This is where I want us to talk about in 1 year or 2 years, this is where we need to be and how we're going to get there.
In my discussion with the state, a lot of their numbers were predicated on 22 students per class. The way I was led to understand that, and when I spoke to the superintendent about that, he reaffirmed and that's part of the consolidation process. So that's part of how the numbers that the state hands down, what they're going to fund us. And like I said, we'll keep in mind what those are. Till somebody shows me that the smaller class is benefiting, okay, I've asked for where we're at scholastically and to know where we're at so we can have a gauge, and we don't have that yet. Okay, so the investment, we look at it as an investment. Is it improving? I don't know. I asked the question. So, I mean, I would hope someone could tell me that.
So, of course, the schools is a big topic. I don't think any of us want to hurt the school system. We want a good school system. We want a school system that thrives. We want teachers to be there. We want the kids to be educated. But I still, personally, for me, I can't get the numbers to where they make sense to me. And maybe it's just me. So what I'm looking at is, I believe that last year's budget, the FY25 one that we're in right now, is based off of 800 student population, if I remember correctly. And then the FY26 is being based off of 725. So it's 75 student difference, I believe. If I'm incorrect, and somebody can let me know. So that's, to me, that's a loss of a reduction in revenue to the school system of $435,075, being 75 times 5,800 per student. I believe it's 57 or 5,800, but I used a higher number. So I look at the budget, the FY25 approved local portion, which is $9,736,676. So I thought the only difference, the only main change here in the operation of the school system that I know of are two things. One, we're going to take over maintenance, and two, the reduction in student population, the attendance. So I thought, well, if we don't take over the maintenance, let's just say that's not even on the table. I don't want that, I'm just using that as an example. So that 980,000 or 89,000 that was left with the county that's not in the school budget will still be in the school budget. So when I take the $9,736,000 and I add in or go to the actual request, the FY26 request of $10,239,000, then I add back in the $989,000 from the maintenance if they still had the maintenance. That brings us to $11,228,941. Then I back out the $435,000 less in revenue. So I take it, stop right there, make sure I don't want to confuse myself. So the $11,228,000 is a $1.4 million increase over the current FY25 budget. The budget we're in right now, if maintenance stayed there. So out of that 1.4, I back out the 435,000 where the 75 student population of the 5,800, so that's just 435,000. That's still $1 million more. And I just ask, where's it going? I mean, if you're asking for $1 million, if the school's asking for $1 million more, so what's the more for? If we level funded you, if we just came to you and said, we're gonna level fund you, we're gonna take the 9.7 million, and we're gonna take out the $980,000. That's level funding. So that we're actually, there's more that we're looking at giving. So, and I'm not trying to be difficult. Everybody knows my wife's a teacher. I support the school system 100%. We want the school teachers to get raises. We want them to be competitive, but the numbers just aren't adding up to me. And that's where I need some help with. So that's just coming from me, board members. So that's how I'm looking at these numbers. So I don't know what cuts the school's looking at making.
Well, what, last year was 6% they gave across the board to everybody, okay? And that's not sustainable either. So if you're looking, the whole purpose last year was to give them leverage to be able to negotiate, to get teachers in here that they preferred or to negotiate that level. And then everybody came up to the same level. And to me, that's counterproductive because basically you're not really, in my opinion, looking at your teachers and what their real true net worth is. You're putting them on the same level as everybody else. And that's where I have a problem with it. And put it this way, I've seen them kill off the football program, and I've seen it done on purpose. Okay, and nobody's gonna tell me any different. So in lieu of personal things that people wanted over there, and that's where I'm at. The thing is our job is to fund them. Okay, the state has come back and they've handed these numbers down, and we continue to decline. And I'm gonna go back to both thinking about it outside the box. Has anybody bothered to contact Gloucester County or any surrounding counties? Such in the case of Richmond County did, they went outside the box. They went in, they took an overburden off of another school system, and they recruited from the Aylands Day School, get those people to come there to increase those numbers, okay, which generated a positive revenue for them. And so, but we're not the school board. I can only throw that out there, but has anybody explored that from the school board? I'd like to know if they have. That'd be encouraging.
Hey, David, I did talk to Dr. Daniel about that specifically, because you brought it up. So thank you for bringing it up. And as I understood his conversation, that most Gloucester and Middlesex are experiencing declining enrollments. And the likelihood of students coming here, likelihood of taking an excess load off of Gloucester and Middlesex doesn't appear realistic because they're experiencing declining enrollments. I hate to hog this conversation, but I'll just say one more thing. Where we're going in this long-range planning, this year we're talking about increase in property taxes. And we're just talking about maintenance and salaries. We haven't even discussed the bond referendum that we think we may need. And as I said, for schools, I've heard everything from 5 million to 15 million. We had a presentation by Davenport that for every $10 million we borrow, if we put it out on a 30-year plan, 30-year bonds, it's about 4 cents on real estate taxes. And that's the only way we're going to be able to afford this. And renovations to the schools probably should be amortized over 30 years as opposed to 20 years. So looking forward, I want to have an attractive school system. I think that's part of just the curb appeal. When I say attractive, I'm talking about the curb appeal. I think that is one of the problems we have here. You look at our 3 schools compared to other competing schools in other counties, they just have a better curb appeal. So we probably would need some engineering firm or architectural firm to look at that and tell us what would be involved. And then we can decide, how much of the bang for the buck do we get for that. We have to have a consolidation plan. We've already talked about $30,000, $35,000. So we need to, for that, we need to do, that's probably something we need to do almost immediately. So we can start looking realistically, what is our long-range goal here? What's consolidation going to look like? Because that will affect the capital improvements that have to be spent. What is the consolidation plan? And then that will also address the staffing plan. But if we continue to have tax increases for payroll and staff that like we had this year, then there's not going to be hardly any tax money left over for the bond referendum. And so it's robbing Peter to pay Paul is basically almost what we're looking at. There's only so much money, and we have to decide how we're going to allocate it to operating expense or to capital improvement. And the sooner we get this consolidation issue decided and the staffing decided, then we can make that decision. And we have a declining student population, which we're not unique in, and we have an increasing retirement population. And I suspect in the years to come, that trend's going to continue. So as supervisors, I think we need to be looking at that. I think we need to be looking at, if we're going to be becoming more of a retirement community, what does that mean for us? What do we have to do in that regard? We have a lot of waterfront property, and that's what a lot of retired people want. But if you look at our county map in the comprehensive plan, and you look at what the non-tidal wetlands is, it's, I don't know what percentage of the county, but it looks like it's over 95% of the county to me. Very little buildable land away, there's some, but there's very little buildable land off the waterfront. So, and when it comes to taxes, tax revenues, that's where our revenues in Matthews County come from. We do have sales tax, but we don't have the percent of sales tax like Gloucester or Middlesex. We don't have the big box stores that Gloucester has. We don't get the revenue from solar farms like Middlesex does. We have to make that up. The only place we have to make it up right now primarily is real estate taxes. That's another reason why we need to change our zoning laws to have smaller lots so that we can have some affordable homes. And maybe that will bring some people into the county, bring some businesses maybe into the county. We get water on Main Street, hopefully that will bring some businesses into the county. So the things we can do down the road, a big part of that in our budget is the schools. It keeps coming back. And the sooner we get a grip on this system and where we're going, get a plan, the better off we're going to be.
Anybody have anything further? Reference to schools? Would Dr. Gibbs or any of the school board members like to say anything while we're talking about the school board budget?
I'll go first. Try to write down a few of these things that each we're talking about and respond to them. First of all, our full board has not met regarding the response to budget cuts that we just learned of last week. We will meet on that for the first time at our meeting tomorrow night. And it is a line item that is designated for information and discussion, with Dr. Daniel presenting options for us in terms of if we do this, we'll get to this goal. We can do this, get to that goal. None of the projected plans, and I have not been privy to all of them, but I have heard bits and pieces. None of them are without pain. None of them is without pain. They're all with pain for people and programs. Mr. Bowen, you would like to see a 5% increase for our teachers, 3% for staff. The scenarios for our health insurance as a percentage paid by the division. And we're working on all of that. I don't think there's any scenario in which we will be able to provide a 5% increase. I think that went out the window. That's absolutely out the window in my personal opinion. 75% to 80% of our budget is salary and healthcare compensation. That's what it is. So to answer where's the gap, the increase from last year, about 850 to 900 of it is in salary increases proposed at the 5% level, and then the exorbitant increases in healthcare. We are working on what the minimum healthcare compensation number needs to be from the school division. What's the least that the school division can pay? We have to pay a certain amount. We don't know what that is. We will hear that tomorrow night. But as I mentioned, the Centera, which most of the employees who do take the healthcare benefits has hit us with a 21% increase, as we've mentioned several times. I appreciate the comment about wanting to see sports grow, including football, and it's so important, and we've had so much success. I would argue disproportionate success in our county of our students and our coaches, and the amazing things that our community has come out to rally for our children in sports. That probably is a draw. But our number one goal in a school division is student achievement. At every meeting since I have been on the board and proposed that we have a student achievement element on our agenda, which was about 3 months in, we have spoken about student achievement in some aspect. For some of you who've been to the meetings, you'll know that we've talked about VALS assessment data, other data, benchmarks, everything that's relevant that we have good information to talk about. We don't go down to the discrete single student level in a meeting, but that is being done behind the scenes in the schools to analyze
the success and the gaps, the needs for each student in our division. This is new and different for Matthews County. It's a new and different way to approach schools. That is putting out for everyone's consumption that student achievement is number one, but then becoming a truly data-driven division inside, teaching teachers how to become data-driven. Some are very far along in that process, others are new to that. And we have to be on the same page that is, and I believe we are on the same page in this division, from school board to superintendent, all admin and the teachers. Student achievement is number one. So sports and everything else, every other program is a candidate on the chopping block due to the cuts that we received, proposed cut of 1.1. Regarding the comment, I just want to clarify on the custodian replacement. It is not replacing our custodians. There will be a discussion on possible contract consideration for custodial services, but I do not want the information to be interpreted that we are replacing custodians. Regarding Mr. Jones, your conversation with Dr. Daniel about the increasing ratios in the schools as a form of consolidation. And that is something that we do all the time. One of the most amazing things about Matthews County, and I just had this experience last night speaking to a current senior, one of our top performing students. She brought up how incredible this environment is in the county and in the schools, and how safe she feels, and how the low ratio specifically, maybe she didn't use that terminology, but she's just one of a few, like up to 20 at the high school level, lower in the lower levels, who gets that close and undivided attention from the professors. She has peers in other school divisions. She cannot believe the stories that she hears that those students endure every day in terms of safety concerns and not getting the close attention from her teachers. She's so grateful, and just an absolute breath of fresh air to hear her gratefulness about this county and what it offers, it being so unique in this day and age. But the consolidating and increasing ratios will come. They will have to come. This is more detrimental at our lower levels to our learners who are just coming in, and we're trying to give them the foundational skills. This is also where we have been looking very, very closely at their abilities and helping the teachers help those students the most, because we know if they fall behind early on, it's much harder to catch up. So those low ratios in the early years, I think we are trying as best as we can to leave those to be consolidated lastly. That's my personal opinion, which I think would be best. But wherever we can, wherever it makes sense, due to natural attrition or retirement, we are looking at consolidating positions. We have to look at things that are not mandated versus differently than those that are mandated. The secondary BLA, reading specialist, is a mandated and unfunded mandated position, which I reiterate that we went over this at length at our joint meeting a couple months ago. None of these discussion points that we talked about are brand new. We have met, we have discussed these concerns. What you may not know, because our board does not know yet, is the response to a decreased budget. But all of the factors that go into making a competent school division, we have tried to discuss openly with you. Regarding the just a note about the increase with the teachers, Dr. Daniel can talk, and he has talked about this many times, regarding a split difference between SOQ funding, where you give a 5%, you must give it to all, so you must give it to all SOQ, but then that would leave out a great portion of our staff. we have always felt that it's best to, for climate and culture in our schools, in our staff, to be able to compensate them fairly in terms of percentage. But to remain competitive also with those numbers, when we look out, not in terms of admin, I totally agree with that, but in terms of our teachers, making sure that we are at least in the middle of the pack with our surrounding localities. If we are not able to provide, say, a 3, which I believe there's more likely that we will not, then we will. But if we were able to do the 3, but then the healthcare came on to cover that so that we're either neutral or in the hole, do you not think those teachers will leave? Where our other divisions, we're already trailing them in terms of healthcare compensation and salary compensation. I think they will. So it's to remain competitive. And to keep our good teachers. I agree with you, Mr. Jones. I want our best teachers. I would love to reward based on merit alone. I would. That is not the way the system works.
And I will say something to their respect. Nobody said it has to be, that fairness is always going to play into the equation. But in the everyday lives of the taxpayer that don't rely on government funding, that have to go out and make a wage and pay the same tax, their increases come from the hard work that they do and how they support the companies that they work for. That's how they get their increases, and it is merit-based. And we fundamentally got away from that. And that is the single one thing that has killed the school system, because you can't go on merit. You gotta treat them all the same, whether they do a good job or a bad job. That is a recipe for disaster, and it has been. And when your competition is not coming from your other localities, your competition is coming from the private sector. When you ride down Route 14 and you see a private school adding on, that should be a good indicator to everybody that that's the battle that we're losing. You didn't put those policies in place. I didn't put those policies in place. The Democrats put them in place. And I'm gonna point your finger right where it's at, because they think they can do everything better. They cannot. The private sector has always won. And now we're seeing what's happened is when you put up the $10.2 billion budget, and then you say, okay, well, people perceive that. They don't understand the difference between level funding. Okay, a cut only occurs when you go below the funding that you got before. That's the play on words. And so I want to make sure that everybody understands that. So when you increase your budget, you're saying, well, this is the proposed budget. These are the numbers that we have to work with. But when we're handed down numbers from the state and we have a composite index and they're saying we're basing everybody in the state off of these numbers, well, everybody's going to feel the same pain. We're not the only ones going to feel that pain. Okay? But I've had long conversations with these people. I've got a call in to Mr. McDougal, which I have not received a call back yet. So I want y'all to duly note this about there's some funding out there because of a decrease in your enrollment. This is a rumor. I don't know whether it's rumor or fact, but I'm going to continue to call once a week. And then if I don't get that, I'm going to call every day. Okay, squeaky wheel gets the oil. And if you could tell me, or someone could tell me, what if that is an actual fact or not, maybe I can hear it from you guys first. We can work together to go after these dollars. But that's what I'm looking for. If the state's not treating us fair, we're only looking at the numbers that we get. And you have to remember, we are a retirement community, whether we want to face it or not. So we have people that are on fixed income. That's what makes our job so tough. So I have to go by those indicators that the state's hands down. Do I agree with them? I'm not sure I agree with them or not until I get the whole number of what that I had asked for on what the $5 million that is handed down from the state to the school system for y'all's budget, what part of that is subject to the local compliance and index that we have to match? I'm just looking for numbers. I'm not saying that that I agree with them, but I can't go to the state and say, y'all are getting it wrong until I have those facts. And if they're getting it wrong, we gotta be the squeaky wheel to get it. That's my, instead of sitting back and us talking about it, we need to do something about it, because it is hurting us. It's hurting, yes, it is hurting the school system, it is hurting the way we do business. But in the meantime, we got to compensate for it now. We're running short time. But Mr. McDougal, if he's listening to me, I'm sure would appreciate the call back. Maybe we get the local paper to put that little tidbit in there that I made that phone call up there. I'd like to get a response back to see if this money is available to us. And if it is, then we need to go after that money and get you every dollar that we can.
Well, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Just a couple more points. Mr. Bowen, I believe you said you want to know how much we need. And I would say, which we have said in the past, we need to know how much we have to work with. So I think, nobody wants to jump first. Probably a good step would be, as Mr. Tillage was discussing, the RRMM walkthrough that we did the other day. It was quite informative. I have texted Dr. Daniel a couple of questions about that, but perhaps making an arrangement with a firm to get that information. Because the difference between 10 million and 30 million is significant, is substantial. Can it be done in 10 million? I don't know. I don't think so. Do we need 30? Probably. Do we need more? Yes. But could we do it for that? We need somebody to be able to tell us. We need to be able to say, this is what we expect, this is what we need, this is what we can get away with, this is what we need bare minimum. Will it include an athletic complex? That's multiple millions more. So many unknowns. We cannot, as a board, come up with that number without an expert, a firm from the outside who does that for a living. And I don't like using that word expert, but what I'm saying is someone who is certified in doing that. None of our board members is able to do that alone. And I would not want any one of us to have that responsibility either. I think it needs to be corroborated. But finally, the question, are we becoming more of a retirement community? I think Mr. Jones would say yes. I think many of us would say yes. But along with that, do we believe in having quality schools in such a community? Can we have both? Or is it impossible? As a county, we must have schools. There's a large discrepancy in schools, quality of schools, quality of outcomes. I would argue that we should shoot for the moon and go for quality of outcomes for the students of this county who will be citizens of this county, who, like that young woman I spoke to yesterday, no matter where she goes, she always knows, she said, Matthews County is her home. It is the place where her family has always been, and that she loves it, and she reveres it. And if we can inspire that in the children that we serve in this division, our county will find a way to thrive. But if we abandon our schools and our students, I am fearful that we will produce an inferior product where no one will want to work, where parents will not want to send their children. They'll go down the road to 14. And we'll lose a vibrant element of our community for surely all of our lifetimes.
I'd like to respond to that. I don't think it's the quality of school. I think it's been the policies that have been handed down. And we see all across this country, and it was reflected in the last governor's race, but the parents not having control over their schools, over their child's education. And this is a reflection of that now. because they don't, homeschool does not have to meet the same criteria for all of these other things that are involved in the education. Okay, and why would you want to subject your child to that? If you didn't have to, and you had a means otherwise, that has to factor into these decisions. And most people can turn a blind eye to, but that's why we're here today. That's why they're adding on down to 14, because they take this, and I'm gonna say it, this woke culture out of the system. More homeschoolers, more faith-based, they get rid of the woke culture, they don't have to deal with it anymore. And let me remind everybody, those people here in Matthews County, and I know a lot of them, that are raising their children and educating them at home will still pay the same tax rate. So they're not a burden to the school at all. They're just that the only burden to the school is the declining number of the money that they're gonna get, and that's the reality of it, okay? But faith-based children that live here, their parents don't want them in the school system until some of this stuff changes, that when we keep this stuff outside the school, we bring them here, and I wouldn't, in this day and age, would never put my child in a public school right now until it changes. It can go back to what it was, where the emphasis was on what they need to learn to be successful out there, not all the woke culture stuff that goes with it. And hopefully we're heading in the right direction according to the, some of the DEI policies. I believe that was signed the other day. And once you get rid of these things, you might see these people come back. But that's the truth. This is the single one thing that I hear from people that don't go to our public school. I'm not going to subject my child to that. And I'm going to have control over their education. And this is what I hear and what I see, because I see it every day. There's a family right here, very well to do, has 7 children, right? And they're all homeschooled. And they thrive. One of them, I think, is like 10 years old, can play the piano better than anybody I've heard. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's amazing. Okay? I'm sorry as I can be, but those are the nuts and bolts of what have happened to our society, because we've allowed it to happen. And maybe we can change the tide. I don't know.
Well, one thing I can guarantee is that every member on this school board is dedicated to the appropriate education of our children, that we are dedicated to giving it 110% every day. That's what each of these 5 members do. And while I cannot fix everything that's going on in the school division, and no one can, I am here because approximately 85% of students will attend public schools in our country. There must be people on school boards who care about those 85% whose parents cannot make another choice, don't make another choice. We still have to watch out for them and do the best we can. And I guarantee you, that is what this existing board is doing, with everything in mind, including all of the dollars. And I would welcome any other board member who comes up, and just for the record, we are beyond quorum, but we are all sitting in separate corners of the room and not communicating.
Dr. Gibbs, I have a question, and I think I have the same concerns that all of us on the board do. I will address this question to all 4 of you. So, we heard Mr. Tillage tell us that in order to take over the school budget, we need $1.8 million. You guys have offered $980. That's an $800,000 shortfall. Can any of you tell me how, as Matthews County citizens and taxpayers, we're supposed to start refurbishing our schools when we're not getting what it's going to cost to refurbish them? 17,779, 937 minus roughly 980,000 is $799. $799,937. That's the part of this whole budget dealing with the schools. And you're right, we've had many discussions. joint meetings, so none of this stuff that you said is a surprise to me. I still cannot fathom how we are supposed to take over the school budget with that type of shortfall. I just can't, I'm sorry.
I'll defer to Mr. Tillage, but what I would say is when you don't do anything for 20 years, at some point, you gotta pay the piper.
I don't disagree with that at all, but we're dealing with a current budget of an $800,000 shortfall.
I understand.
Dr. Daniels was at a meeting today, that's why he's not here. Give you an idea of the budget. $14 million approximately is salary. 14 million. So that leaves approximately $4 million to do the rest of the school. So I don't know where you're gonna find the money. Because everything in the last 3 years in that budget has stepped up every year. And I can tell you right now, you're gonna start next year at whatever you come up with this year will be your starting point. We kicked the can down the road and we're at the end of the road. There's stuff that hasn't been done in these schools in years. You got a water problem at Thomas Hunter Middle School that's 50 years old. It still hasn't been overcorrected. It's just amazing what has not been done. We don't do anything until we need to do it. That's the problem. And you think 3 years you're gonna be sitting, you're talking further down the road. Talking way further down the road. And if you don't do anything, you're gonna have some more serious problems in the hands. The only thing I can tell you is, I'm looking right here at the maintenance budget right now as we talk, of how we got it on the budget right now. This is last month's figures, by the way. We spent 79% of the money already. So that was 1585,0130 when we started.
Hold on, but could you repeat that number for me?
All right, when we started, this is the numbers I got off of our chart, was $1,585,001.30.
$1,585,000.
Right, $1.30.
$1.30, okay, thank you.
All right, we have spent to date $1,353,627.89. That leaves roughly $331,373.42 for the rest of the year. Now, in that line item there for maintenance, there are several of the line numbers that are either maxed out or over budget, okay? And that goes on every year. Matter of fact, the ones that keep rising every year are the ones that keep going up every year. They actually, not 100, some of them run 153%. Now, the next one I want to talk about is the buses. Total bus, and that's salaries, everything, is $1,501,931 and a nickel. We've spent to date $1,098,989. That's 79% of the budget for this is last month's numbers. That leaves us with 402,923. And we're over on several of those items. And this goes on every year since I've been on. I look at the budget probably more than anybody does. And the numbers never seem to get better. I'll just leave it at that part of it.
I have a question on you, so if that $1,585,001 for your maintenance, all right, you got 3331 left to go.
Right.
How would you expect the county to run it for less than $1 million?
I can't answer that.
Well, we're not even, the whole point I think Mr. Doss was making is the numbers are not adding up, and this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When you gave us your budget of $10.2 million, okay? If you do the numbers that you just gave me right here, we're pretty close to being in line, and this is what I'm trying to tell you. These are your numbers. So how could you say to the Board of Supervisors that, we're only gonna give you $900,000 to operate on maintenance if we're gonna go into an agreement? This is what I'm trying to, your numbers don't make any sense.
I can't break it out 100% standing here. You got a lot of things in maintenance. I mean, of all things, you stick custodian in maintenance. Yeah.
No, that's without the custodial, but what I'm saying to you is the
Well,
number
it's in there right now.
that you just gave me, the number that you just gave me, let's take out 200,000. That's still $400,000 to $500,000 more than what you budgeted, that you say we're gonna only budget for this coming year.
Well, I looked at last month. What we've spent today on our budget, and I gave you the budget number that was on that chart.
All right, so how do you expect the county to run it for less? How do we do that?
I don't know, I can't answer the question. Because there's more in the maintenance budget than just maintenance per se. What I'm trying to say is, there's stuff in there that we're gonna keep. All right, you got it, within that, like I said, you got the custodian, you got other items. I can't tell you that right now.
How about a line item on that, and that may be the one thing that we need.
All right, I can give you a line number right now, 5,800.
No, what I'm saying is, to help us better understand, if you could give us a line item on what you have right now, so we can break those costs out, then we can look at them. This is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't have one.
No, I don't say that you have them here, but if you could give us a line.
I could.
That would be very, very helpful to how you arrived at the number that you gave us. Does that make more sense to you?
Yeah.
Yes, and that would be very.
I don't have a problem with that. But what I'm trying to get through is, we're at a point now in our budget that we just can't cut them. Dr. Daniels has several different ways he's going to propose to cut. Not just one way, but several. And I'm gonna let him discuss that. I don't want to get into that. But it's gonna be hard. And I listen to you all. You want high quality schools, you want things to attract people here and everything. You can't do it with what you want to do right now.
We'll go back to what I said. We have a line item to take a look at. That would be very, very helpful in helping us make a decision.
Did you hear what I said when I first started out? You got $18 million. I'm just using round numbers. $18 million. $14 million is salary.
And that's on you.
That's not on me.
Yes, sir. You sit on the school board and you can look at these things.
I do look at it.
You
look at see how I voted, and I voted most of the time not for a pay raise, but last year.
Dodson, what I'm saying is you can look into the internal workings of your budget. We're not here to look into the internal workings unless we have a line item. Then we can look into the internal work. But what I'm saying to you is, as far as your salaries and how you delegate your employees over there, that's not the job of this board. The job of this board is to take a look at the funding that we have to hand down and a request to say, okay, if we've got an offsetable maintenance budget, let's go in there and find out what you're actually gonna have, what we're gonna actually have and try to hunt it down. Every dollar that we can save takes a burden off the taxpayer of this county.
I do not like to spend money. However, we've gotten so far down the road that we're gonna have to spend some money. And now we're gonna have to pay the price for that. And that's what I'm trying to point out. Is I don't like to spend money. I'm like you, I don't like to spend money. However, it's gotten to the point now we gotta spend it because we didn't progress it enough down the road to take the bite out of what we're gonna have to take the bite out of now.
We're looking at taking over the maintenance to ease that burden, okay? That's what we're looking to do, and to put together a system that works to get us back where we are. Rome wasn't built in a day, you know that, but what I'm saying is, we're at a big deficit between what you're asking us to take on. You have to help me better understand this line item budget would do that, because without that, okay, I'm inclined to say, okay, what are these budget numbers inflated? Where is the money going? I'd like to see the actual expenditures out of your maintenance to where it's actually going. You got the Dominion power, you've got the fuel, you've got all of these costs that are in there.
You got
To me,
communications in there also.
If this is the sticking point right now, because we're trying to get you an MOU, correct?
Right.
That's what we're trying to do. And I don't think that anybody on your side or our side doesn't want this more, but we have to, in order to take a small number like that, if that number is not going to equate to keeping the lights on, then we have a problem. Okay, that's the number that you gave us. We hardly have enough in that budget to keep the lights on, so something is not adding up, and we need to work on this together to find out why it's not adding up. So my only request.
Well, then we need to sit down and talk again. I mean, I looked at the budget last week. I spent all week on top of this thing. And you could cut a little bit here, a little bit there, but not the kind of numbers you're looking at. In order to do that, you're gonna have to do something radical.
Well, tell me where I can perform.
I'm talking overall
budget.
I'm not just talking
But
about
the
maintenance.
maintenance, but that's a large number. Tell me in that maintenance at $900,000 where we're gonna be able to do anything.
We need to get together.
That's my concern. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Board members, if we could, I think we should take a break. I think we have lunch next door, so we're gonna take a 30-minute break. Unless I think you think we can read really quick at 15, then we'll do that, but we'll do it as quickly as we can. So,
May I just speak before, because we have another meeting we're supposed to be at.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
should not
Yes,
take
ma'am.
3 or 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you want to say something?
I can tell from the last 3 hours, you are sharpening your pencils, asking good questions, and a difficult work in front of you. I'm not sure I'm gonna bring anything new to what has been discussed already. Dr. Gibbs certainly talked very pointedly and candidly about the challenges in front of us with the 1.1 deficit, potential reduction in our budget. I think it's helpful for me to look at big picture. If you go back to 2009, 2010, the economic downturn followed by COVID. Those two have led to our school division, the facilities deteriorating because there hasn't been adequate funds to address them when they're needed. In addition to, we've had a reduction, I believe, in our faculty has not been as stable because of inconsistencies in pay raises. One year, I think we had a very good pay raise of 2%, followed by several years where there was no increase. I know when I was in the school division with the economic downturn, there were 3 years that no one got any increases. That contributes to an unstable faculty that are looking elsewhere because they have to make their ends meet. And so looking at that, here we are today. I think as Ms. Phillips said, maintenance has been kicked down the road. Stable faculty has been kicked down the road. And here we are trying to figure out
how to manage all of this with taxpayer income potential increases and also serving the needs of our school, what I believe is serving the needs of our school, which again, as Dr. Gibbs pointed out, is academics, it's scholastic. That's number one. All follows from that. I'm not going to speak at all to what's on the table with a $1.1 million potential decrease. Dr. Daniel will speak to that tomorrow night. And I think it'd be unfair to start doing pieces of that here. He needs to do that in a holistic manner. But I do remember reading in the paper last week about our gem of our library. And I would say to you that that has gotten to where it is because they have had consistent goals with support to reach those goals. And I would submit that although last year was an excellent year in supporting our teachers and contributing to a stable faculty, this year it's going to take some of that away. We have never had in 16 years a trajectory where we've had stable funding to continue to support our teachers in a thoughtful, progressive way. That goes the same with our buildings. We need that to attract families. We need that to not have children homeschooled. We need that if we want to attract families where they are now sending to private schools. We have made a concerted effort over the last 2 years collectively to move towards that, but I'm concerned that with this potential reduction in funding, it's going to erase some of the progress we've begun to make together, and that concerns me greatly. I was at the school division. I worked in the school division from 2000, then moved into this position. So for better or for worse, I have some perspective over where we were taking tuition students with small classes. That's why they sent them here. We had small classes. And that was our jam. That was one of our girls. We had very full sports crew. Many students got a scholarships to colleges for free. But here we are, my fear is that, yet again, one step forward, one step back. So I just will leave it at that. I do want to speak to you, Mr. Jones, about Senator McDougal. He did put in 2 requests for us. Excuse me, I need my water. I guess I must be more nervous than I thought because I'm driving. He did put in a request, an amendment for your county and for our school because we have had a decrease in funding. So he did do that. I do not know what the governor has done, whether he approved it or not. Secondly, Senator McDougal, and I think some of you are aware of this, requested $1 million to help with asbestos abatement. And that went to the governor. I do not know whether the governor approved that or not. I tried to find out and have not found that out. So he has advocated for our schools in a very proactive manner.
I just want to make sure that we follow up on this.
Well, we are.
Like I said, the more we bring it to light, the better chances that we stand of getting this funding. And did he have any thought on this amendment of how much money that possibly could be there? That's one of the things I'm trying to find.
I do not know the amount. I've never heard the amount, but I do know he advocated for our 2 school divisions. And I don't know what the governor, it's gotten to the governor's desk as I understand it. I do not know what the governor's done. So I'll leave it with that. But again, to speak to the details of how the impact of $1.1 million, Dr. Daniel will speak that in detail tomorrow night. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 30-minute recess.
You got it. else.